You could say either way. Ignorance is derived from arrogance, or vice versa. It's like I think humans kind of sit over there and like scratch their head like cavemen while wearing lab coats and claiming that they're geniuses. I think it's funny. Like I don't know. I just think that divinity is simplicity, and humans are usually so dumb that they think they're smart with overcomplication. There's some fundamental truth here.
Yeah, I always laugh at the statement, it's not rocket science now, because you get why that was probably originally used, because it's like you're smart enough to build a rocket, but you're not wise enough to realize it never goes to space.
Yeah, or you don't understand it enough to be able to explain it simply. Like the best way to see when someone's lying is overcomplication. And this is not to be confused with people speaking elegantly or using big words. It's like when pressed to explain it simply, they cannot. Then that mean like if they cannot explain it simply when pressed to do so, they just don't understand it. You know what I'm saying?
Right. They're talking around it.
Yeah, and that's kind of what humans do. Like they have all these complex mathematical equations, and they have these ideas that they propagate, but they don't even fully understand them. It's like, dude, if you look into it, like Harvard will tell you, Harvard, and there's another article with Stanford, but the go one's Harvard, dude, it'll tell you, we do not understand water, bro. And like, it'll blow your mind. The stuff that water, like the stuff that water does in its different states will blow your mind, bro. Like, I didn't even know some of it. I was just like, what the hell, dude? Like, dude, water is amazing. Like, they discover something new about water like every year.
Right? There's how many states now? There's a fourth state to begin with.
So dude.
And then
there's like seven different environmental states that can't be explained. 7.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, that's the last I read, 7. And that's insane, bro. Like, that doesn't, because it's the most fundamental aspect of life. Like, your body's made of it, the earth's made of it, the ground's made of it, everything's made of it.
Yep.
This is why I think you're on the point with, comparing it to the ether.
Yeah, it seems intrinsically, it seems like that they have to be not just one and the same, but definitely intrinsically tied.
Yeah, I think that water is just a modality of the ether, like a mode, like a certain vibration, the material vibration. I actually think that all matter is just a vibrational state, a certain vibrational state of the, etheric background, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
That's speculation.
Can you tie that to electromagnetism now?
Yeah, of course. Like, let's say electromagnetism is nothing more than movement in the etheric background, so it's still just the background. See, I think that's kind of why people check out, because you end up hearing that the ether is everything. So they're like, what is light? Well, it's the ether. Well, what's electromagnetism? Well, it's the ether. Well, what's frequency? What's sound? What's sound? Oh, it's the ether. What is matter? Right. Oh, it's the ether. They're like, oh, so ether's just your God. It's like, well, yeah, like, no, dude, that's a straw man. Yeah, it's different versions of.
And a fair enough question is to ask: is it within everything, or is it around everything?
I think it is everything and is around everything. Like a light. If you turn on light, right, like a light or a laser, you just see that little spectrum of light. Like a laser, you just see that little line of light. But that's within the medium, and so the illuminated part that we call light, is encompassed in the ether as well, because it is the ether. It's kind of like saying, can you separate a wave from the ocean?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, like, of course not. Tesla actually used that analogy, like throwing a rock into a pond, and all the ripples are the physical phenomena that we observe, and the pond is the actual ether, which is very profound. The motion within the medium results in matter, is effectively what he's saying. And that, for like a layman term example, you throw a rock into a pond, the pond is the ether, it's the water, right. And then the ripples are like the material effects.
Right. It's too bad that it always gets, that it seems like Ken Wheeler is you know, saying it or defining it, even though he isn't. But when he says, you know, the wave is something that it does, not something it is, that's a great way of explaining it. Did you notice, by the way, that he did a black hole video the day after his interview with Dave and Bob, and it was just it's too bad. Did you
I did
notice that?
not. I did not. But what's so funny is I think that he knows more than you may know. And on the
Yeah. Right.
Glowbusters before the interview, Bob was asking me what I'd ask or whatever, and I'm like, I would ask, so like the Earth being the inertial plane, like dielectric plane within the inertial plane, as you go to the center, would you? I would ask him like, do you think I would make him entertain that the Earth's a plane? And he even said that in the interview. That's what's so crazy. But anyway,
Yeah, he said he's been saying it's a plane a million times. You know,
I
the
know it's
dielectric
so
plane.
crazy,
Yeah,
so
the
crazy.
dielectric plane. How can you say it's a dielectric plane and then talk about black holes in space? Come on.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think he's just kind of trying to tiptoe his way towards it because I think he listens.
Oh, you cut out. Yeah, that's the other thing that's confusing. I think you're about to say he must be listening this whole time and acting like he hasn't.
Yeah, sorry, I gotta take this call, but I'm saying, yeah, I think he listens on Glowbusters, and the question I asked was, would there be material accessibility in the center?
Oh, you cut out again. He's probably getting the phone call in. That's why.
Yeah, but he talks about acceleration into nothing, you know, and I mean, come on. I mean, he's a smart dude. He knows magnetism, but acceleration into nothing.
I've never heard him say that.
Yeah, what's his whole thing in the center? He always says that. What's his big spiel about the magnet? Doesn't he say in the? How does he put it? I can't remember his
You mean the
exact
field
words.
modality, like the field modality and the propagation of like you talking about the fields, like when light and magnetism and how they have like a field, like they don't have a speed. There is no speed of light, or what are you talking about? I'm not sure.
No. I don't want to put words in his mouth, so I'm going to try to remember the exact words. But it's kind of like things accelerate into the center of nothing, or magnetism, or I can't think of it right now.
Right. Yeah. There's some things I'm just surprised that. Well, he's a really good actor. If he's listening more than he lets on, but I imagine he is at the same time. How could you not be interested in the Earth being flat? If you're interested in all the things that you are, and his model that he came up with, he said he had a model that he was finally proposing, and a lot of that looks like, you know, dielectric plane with the, you know, toroidal field. But then it's just he's an enigma, because how can he continue on with talking about space or any of these, you know, black hole concepts without acknowledging that those aren't in space if they're anywhere. It's weird. I know he doesn't want to lose his fan base, but now that he's gone on and said that he knows it's a plane, that you can't just backtrack from that, you know, and start talking about it being a ball again in any way.
I heard the interview. He was trying to be like one of the boys, but I also heard him say that he was working on a plan, and then that's when I stopped watching him. He said he was working on a plan to put everything, the whole universe, everything in existence in one playing card. You know, like the Ace of Spades or something.
Yeah.
Then I said,
Right.
okay.
The grand unified theory, right? That's been talked about with Hawking,
Yeah.
Einstein, and everybody, you know.
Yeah, but he figured it out.
Right. There is only one force, I think, was the title of one of his videos.
Look, I don't want to down the guy, but I would like to have a conversation with him about that.
Right, and really pin him down. I mean, that, you know, all of us has probably gone into his chat and asked him about flat Earth, which he ignores. you know, and we even accept that, you know, maybe he's, you know, just trying to make, you know, take it slow and get, you know, bring people there at some point, or just not lose his fan base. And, you know, he's got his photography, his magnetism and all that. But if you're going to talk about, if you're going to be the king of magnetism and hold that title, whatever people have given him, then, you know, it's so intrinsically tied to the way everything works that you have to acknowledge that we're on a dielectric plane, which he has. But you can't combine that with the idea that we're on a ball orbiting the sun
In a vacuum, yeah.
in a vacuum, right? So yeah, it seems like there's going to be a point here soon where, you know, now he's crossed that line. He's going to be either forced to acknowledge it and talk about it, and maybe even add to it, you know, in ways that we could use. It'd be great.
He's a very smart dude. Very smart dude. Don't get me wrong. Just some of his ideas are like way out there, you know?
Right. It's too bad that he can't just go full.
You know, just acknowledge it all rather than walking around it. They said, you know, the powers that be may have a problem with some of the things we say. And he's like, oh, I'm not worried about that. But obviously he is, to some degree. Did I cut out? Can you still hear me?
Yo,
Yeah,
SC,
I can hear you, yeah.
yo, SC, what's a woman?
Good one, bro.
He's confused. He doesn't. Looking around the room.
Is that you, Jim?
Yeah, right. That's blabber. That is propaganda.
They don't know they're men, so how can they know what a woman is?
Yeah.
That's a fact, right? Everything has got an opposite. So you don't know what love is unless you know what hate is, right? You don't know what a woman is unless you know what a man is. They have no clue.
Hey, violence is free speech, and free speech is violence.
SC, you are a bigot, a racist. They should round you up. That's what he was telling me.
Take your children.
Yeah. What did he call me?
What
Not a
is a
Nazi.
woman?
What did he call me exactly? I forget exactly what he called me, but he said they should round me up, take me, lock me up.
When was this? What I missed? Where was it?
Well, I went over to James and I asked him, what is a woman?
Jim Panda?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you
You
were
know
talking
what's
about RC
funny
Mike.
is they love to say like, Google is your friend, right? So it's like, why didn't they just Google that? What a woman is. All of a
They're too
sudden,
shy.
Google doesn't work.
They're
Well,
too shy.
Google says men can have babies now, so you can't really trust Google.
Yeah, just look up
Men can get pregnant.
look up Black's Law Dictionary woman. Google will show it top and center.
What did Jim say? What was his reaction to that when you asked?
Oh, I never asked him that, but like it's one of those things where it's just so easy that it's like I would almost feel embarrassed to say it.
Somebody asked him somebody asked Jim Panda what's a woman, and he didn't know what to say, or what?
That
No,
was
I asked
SC.
him that.
And what did he say?
SC had an exchange with them.
Well, he said many things. He said, well, it depends, and what if this, and what if that?
Okay.
Chromosome.
Could be chromosomes, it could be this.
That's
what
the
if
only
it's a male and chopped off his penis? Then what would you call him? And all these crazy mental things, like a mentally disturbed person.
Amazing.
It must be a person who wants to act like the female gender and has obviously gone through some sort of rite of passage to now become the adult version of such to use the title woman. And they probably should be like, you know, somewhat like standard Christian alignment too, or I don't know, or maybe they probably have a different name.
You guys ever see when they asked
their thing
an
now is like
American?
it's hateful. It's hateful to ask that question. So that's why they spaz out. It's like a microaggression. It's like asking someone like where are you from? To them it's like the same reaction. It's like you're otherizing people when you ask that. So you can't do that.
How
It's
old
like
are you?
why you gotta say it like that? Yeah, how old are you? Where are you from?
Do you got a prostate?
Yeah, do you have a prostate?
I mean,
Can I
what's with
touch
the
your hair?
sneakiness? The sneaky shit, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Or like, do you want a glass of milk? Like that became like a new like microaggression.
I
He was also
may have a
defending
penis. I may
men.
not have a penis. I may have been born with one and still do or do not have, or wasn't born with it anyway. I mean, what the fuck is up with the sneakiness? That's all it is. Like,
I may or
Dude,
may not have been born in the right body.
dude, but I'm saying I've seen like, okay, so if you are attracted to guys and you're finding yourself not being able to get enough of them because you're like gay and the other guys that you want aren't. I've seen people, you know, I've seen that, you know, like the boys like switch and try to be like female-y so that they can attract the guys that they want. Maybe that's some people do it like that, right? But then they'll be sneaky with it and try to hide it. And I'd be like, what the fuck? Like, do you know how much danger that is? Like, it's so much danger every time. And they don't care. Very
You're
dangerous.
opening Pandora's box.
Yeah, it's like be proud of everything. I'm saying, like, you should just be proud of whatever you represent or stand for, or you know, like that's why I love this Discord. You can just say your shit, you know, just say it. Be proud of it.
Within reason.
Butterfly effect. I'm saying
Let it
that's
all
what it's
hang
for,
loose.
though. I'm saying the purpose of it, right, is to
Feel the
channel.
rain on your skin.
Like
No one
you're
else
not
can
hiding
feel it
from
for
it.
you.
Yeah. But how can a female just not be with the chromosome? That's period. That's what it is. Period.
No, they say woman. Their contention is woman. They're okay with female and male. It's woman. They feel like there's this thing with woman where it's like now you have to speak about it in a certain way. And if you
Yeah.
don't, you're like insane or something.
That's why they sneak it. Because if I know, you know, until we had this whole learning experience, like if I don't, like, you know, I'm not supposed to know that, okay, I could tell you're a dude, but like, say you're at a show, you know what I mean? And you know it's a drag show, right?
Yeah.
There shouldn't be nothing wrong with me being like, that dude is sexy as fuck. Like the dudes know that they need to be like, hey, actually, you know, go ahead and call me a woman. I dress like this all the time. You know, it's like there doesn't need to be a pouty face movement so that the whole nation understands this at once or whatever. Like it should just be like, if you know it's a dude, I'm gonna call you a dude that's proud to be looking sexy like a woman, right? But like then someone like, no, I want to be so good that I can sneak it and trick you or whatever. It's just stupid. Like if I could tell you're a man, there should be nothing wrong with me calling you a man until I know, like, how do you, you know, I know you're always like that. Like, I don't care, man. I don't give a fuck. I really don't.
They're trying to fuck with you.
Yeah.
Trying to get power over you. Trying to be these janissaries. People
They're
that
playing the crying
of our
game.
society.
No, I don't know why it's in the news. It's whack. Like, should not be in the news. I can't believe a dude, a grown ass old dude, the Olympic dude, switch to being a woman. I can't believe. It's crazy to me. I'm like, he really wanted attention like that. He saw all the females in the family getting attention, so he wanted the attention.
Did you hear about the gay bomb earlier? Did you hear about that? The biological weapon that can make men gay.
I heard y'all talking about that, man. I heard y'all.
Maybe they've got some serum that they can inject these guys with that makes them think they're a woman.
Maybe, man. Maybe.
Are you talking about Arnold Schwarzenegger movies?
There's plenty of stuff that can get me like giddy and stuff like that, right? So there's probably psychological research on that or chemical stuff. But as far as the wanting to touch or the sexual part, that's gonna have to be a strong ass drug, bro. I don't see that happening.
You dropped a bomb on me, baby. Maybe that was the song.
Yeah. Or man, I feel like a woman.
Just when you think you heard it all.
All right.
SC, what do you think is a woman?
Maybe gaydars are real, right? Just to detect that shit.
Woman to me means can have babies. That's what it means.
There you go. There you go.
An adult.
Very simply put.
If all things are working correctly or whatnot, you know.
Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't care what you identify as, right?
Right.
No problem with
just
that.
a fully grown female.
Yeah.
That's what a woman is.
Uh-huh.
Mature female. The woman. Supposed to be a compliment.
The issue was the woke movement and the swimmer that the male swimmer that came in like 350 something. Then he joined. Believe I never thought I'd say this in my lifetime, but he joined the woman. He became a woman and he identified as a woman. And he joined the women's and he came in first.
Mm-hmm.
By a lot. A few times.
Yeah, and they were justifying that. And I was saying, are you guys serious, man? Really? You can defend that? I mean, not even Bruce Jenner can defend that, right? He's against that. So, I mean, I don't get it.
I've heard y'all talk about it a lot and learned that there's like supposedly some sort of, you know, handicapping balancing act that's going on, like whatever, some hormones, but no, I don't like it, man. I do think that women should be allowed to play in the men's. I mean, it should be like the pro, like the tier 1 league, and then it should be like, you know, like side leagues or whatever, where it could be mixed or female only or whatever. But like tier 1 should just be tier 1, period. Like, nothing else, it doesn't matter.
Look, if it's voluntary, it's one thing. But if you're a woman now and you're training for the Olympics all your life since you were 6 years old, and you go to the meet and you know you're gonna medal for sure, probably number 1, and then standing beside you is this goon, you know, like shit. Is that fair?
Women and people who want to be women are just so funny sometimes. I mean, like, it's so much drama. I heard that the recent one where the lady was crying, it was like 3rd place or something, tied for 3rd. And she was crying because the committee was like, said that the tranny was going to hold the trophy. And that's what she was like because of the, you know, ceremony at the end wasn't perfectly, she was standing where she thought she should be standing. That's what she was like suing over. Like, that is fucking petty.
Look, they're giving them safe rooms in school, so our society is in grave danger.
I'm not saying she ain't got a case, but it's petty. I mean, yeah.
I saw this thing the other day. They were showing teachers, and they were using some identifying things that I never heard of. I'm proud to be this and that and the other thing. And like, I never even heard of these terms. And they were teaching these things to children. And these are sexual identifiers now. Like, I don't know if you people that have children, right? Like, do you know who's teaching your children what? You better look into that, man. For real.
No, dude, my kids are grown. But if my child came home and told me that they were teaching them about gender roles and all that shit, they would be having a talk.
Good to hear that, Left Lane.
They were teaching them there were aliens and far lands on different, far away planets. That would be okay, though, right? It's no different, man.
Oh
It's
my
just
fucking
deception.
goodness.
Nobody said. I mean, I don't reckon I was ever taught anything about aliens in school.
They're teaching them now. Taught my niece that the aliens built the pyramids.
What?
Yes, sir.
That is crazy.
Yeah, it's happening, dude. This is freaking. You gotta be out of your mind to send your kids to public school these days.
Right. They need to at least let them know the aliens are from the other lands past the other ponds. It's not far.
Whatever.
They gotta let them.
Outer ponders.
And they may be right, Who knows?
I love the new map.
Into school and have a look at.
Go ahead, buddy. I'm sorry, Izzy.
No, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Did you see the new maps? They're amazing.
What? How do they look? What?
I saw it on Jem's roast. There was one map, dude. It had all these ponds, and he had named all the ponds, and it was like the names were just awesome.
You mean a
Wait,
multiple on Earth
Jim's?
theory?
Why were they showing that? Why were they showing that at Jim's? I got to see that.
It's Jem's Sunday roast from yesterday.
Huh. Okay. I'll have to figure it out. Did you download it? Did they have a GIF? I mean, a
timestamp
or something? No, no.
Dude,
Did they have
it's right in the middle, like 40 minutes or an hour in.
I think that the outer ponders is. I mean, it's hard to. It's just like it. Once you realize that we're on a plane, and that it could be infinite, or that there's more land. I mean, how could we? It's the same thing as like the reasoning that goes into, well, if we're on a planet, then we couldn't be the only planet with life in the whole universe. Well, how could we be the only pond on the plane? Not that we are. Not that I'm saying I know one way or another, but it would stand to reason. There's other ponds, right?
Mm-hmm. It's the only model, quote unquote, that I've ever seen that I said, that looks interesting. We got frozen in the north, frozen in the south, right? Yeah, that makes that that it's the only thing that I've ever said, that could be. I never said, there could be a vacuum. Like that I never entertained that idea.
I mean, it's a teachable idea. It makes you ask a lot of intuitive questions when they sell it to you. But I just think they should show it more. I think it's so easy to show it more that there's got to be something going on. It's just very interesting.
I did not watch Jem's roast. I don't think I've ever watched it. I sometimes forget that Jem Panda is a YouTuber.
So they were showing the outer ponds to make fun of the idea. Is that the whole thing?
No, I mean, it was from a Flat Earth channel. So Jem kind of makes fun of Flat Earth channels.
All right. Okay.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, he's got a good show, dude. He finds a bunch of stuff.
I was hearing Kosho say something about him being threatened by like a gang of flat earthers or something like that.
Ninjas.
Flat Earth ninjas, yeah, something like that.
That's hilarious.
Was that a story? Was that some kind of troll to make it sound like flat earthers are militant? They were there was something else to go with it, like they were also saying they should try to infiltrate or try to go attack vaccine centers or something, like a direct tie to them being like hostile towards vaccine centers or something. That wasn't in the roast, I guess, if you listen to the whole thing.
There was a militant group.
Not flat earthers?
Of flat earthers.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. What did you say about that?
That's called Al Qaeda.
Huh. I mean, the show opens with like, he shows some recent clip of Dave Murphy like calling everybody to some legal action and have a baseball bat with "back the fuck up" written on it or some shit. Like I don't know, dude. Like
that was Dave Murphy. That was Dave Murphy that he was gonna have a bat and something about defending his home if people tried to invade his home. But yeah, the militant group, there was a reporter infiltrated and did a hidden camera at one of their rallies, and they were acting like a militant group and having drills and talking about what they were going to do.
Come on, Left Lane.
And they declare themselves flat earthers.
No, I don't think flat Earth was associated with them. I really don't.
I knew it.
I'm surprised if they wanted to get rid of flat Earth, they could set up a psyop where all of a sudden flat earthers are doing some kind of crazy shooting or something. I'm surprised they haven't done something like that already, like fake something and make us, have a bad name.
Why would they? They have free guys like Left Lane, Kosho, Rumpus, George, Bob, Blue.
Yeah. There's no reason news needed to be laughing at people.
To be clear, you're saying that the government could do a psyop to make flat earthers look bad. That's what you're saying.
They don't have to. They have you guys doing it.
Yeah, but they don't make us bad. They make us look good because their arguments suck so bad.
They don't need to do anything.
They're failing now lately, yeah, that's for sure.
Wasn't there that flat earther who crashed his plane?
Yeah.
That was like 4 years ago.
No, it was the guy that went up in a rocket, not a plane.
You might as well call it a plane.
So he
was
rode
not
on the back
a
of the
flat
rocket.
earther. He was sponsored by Flat Earth.
Yeah, he was.
He needed money. He was going up 1,500 foot north.
I don't even think he's dead. You couldn't see, there was no continuous cut where he got in the rocket and then they went up. It was cut. I mean, if you're going to do that, you make sure that you get a continuous cut of you getting in the rocket and the rocket taking off. And there wasn't one. And there was another time where he came down and it was just so obviously not the rocket that he came down in, and he was all acting like he was hurt. It was all just an act. That whole thing was an act, in my opinion.
It doesn't matter. He didn't proclaim himself a flat earther. Matter of fact, he told people he wasn't a flat earther. But he was. They did put a sticker on his rocket to get publicity. Research flat Earth on the side of his rocket.
Yeah, that was from IPS.
Doesn't make him a flat earther. It makes him someone in need of money.
Well, he did talk about the Earth being flat, and he went on the Tosh.0 and talked about it. And he was portrayed as a flat earther willingly.
He talked about people thinking the Earth was flat. They asked him directly, "Are you going up to see the flat Earth?" No, it has nothing to do with flat Earth.
No. I've been keeping up with this. I was there actually when he called into IPS. I was in the chat listening to the whole thing happen. The confusion about it was that he wasn't going up to prove that the Earth is flat because he wasn't going up high enough. And, the media conflated it and made it sound like he was going up to prove it's flat, but that was never the case because he wasn't going to go high enough. That was the confusion about that. It wasn't about him not thinking it's flat. He was definitely on board with flat Earth as far as what he would say. He never thought he wasn't someone saying, I'm on a planet, I'm just going up, I don't have anything to do with flat Earth. He was definitely willingly portrayed as a flat earther. And I think the whole thing is
anything Mad Mike related from Mad Mike saying he was a flat earther.
Yeah, Rocky, I saw him on news interviews saying it too. Pretty sure.
What did you say? We couldn't hear what you just said. Whatever.
He's been on. Mad Mike was on news interviews. Also, I've seen him also saying he was like, believed like Bible shit or something like that, flat Earth shit.
No, he definitely said he thinks the Earth is flat. He said that he wasn't going up to prove it's flat, but he definitely thinks it's flat.
I agree with you. I've seen that. I don't remember the exact words, but I remember that impression that. They were like, look at this crazy flat Earth guy. And then they had him saying he was flat Earth. And then they were trying to make it like he's an idiot for thinking he's going to prove something when you know what I mean? He was like, nah, I'm just doing the promotion.
And he clarified that he wasn't going up to prove it, but at the same time, he was playing along and getting paid to be the stupid flat earther that supposedly kills himself by going up to prove the Earth is flat, which was never the intention. And he probably isn't dead. It was probably all fake.
I hope.
Let's get back to this psyop about the government making flat earthers look bad. How exactly could the government make the flat earthers look bad?
I'm saying if they wanted to get rid of it, they could have done something like that.
Have you heard President Obama refer to flat earthers?
Yeah, I heard him refer to.
That's one way. Have you heard President Bush refer to flat earthers?
Mm-hmm.
That's another way.
In Congress, they're directly associating anti-vaxxers with flat earthers.
That's a scary way.
I wonder with all of those, though, is it them trying to make flat Earth look bad or them trying to make anti-vaxxers look bad by using flat Earth as a simile?
It goes both ways, depending on who you're talking to.
Mm-hmm.
The flat earthers are like, hey, we may be crazy, but we're not as crazy as the anti-vaxxers. And the anti-vaxxers are saying, hey, we may be crazy, but we're not as crazy as the flat earthers.
No, I don't think there's any flat earther that goes along with the vaccines. I wouldn't say there's one flat earther that I know that says, oh, well, those anti-vaxxers are crazy. No, not at all.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, definitely the vaxxers are the ballers, 100%. Less now, though.
There's so much stuff that I noticed flat Earth jokes in like movies and cartoons and TV shows. Like after I seen the flat Earth like movement thing. Before I would never thought about it. and it'd be the same stuff. I'll watch it like over again, stuff I've already seen. I'll go back and then I'll see it like, you know, a space joke or a NASA joke or a flat earth joke that I haven't, you know, didn't notice the first time through watching it. When
And
I was
most of the time they're trolling, and most of the time they're acknowledging that it's flat, but trolling the people that still think it's a ball. It's like the perfect balance in the way that they present it. There's been a few shows like that, Space Force show. They're talking about it like obviously it's flat, you know, but then they're making fun of it at the same time. And there's that other cartoon that just came out where they've referenced it a few times, and there's a few cartoons that have referenced it, and they're pointing out the logic of it, and at the same time, the people that you know are on the other side of it are making fun of it, but without any kind of reason. They're just pointing and laughing because they don't understand.
Yo, one of the coolest ones I've seen post flat earth viralism 2015 or whatever is a production. I think it's, what's that show, HBO? It's a show about a church family where they're a preacher family. I think John Goodman is the daddy, and that's like the name of the show is their family name, whatever their family character name is. And it's like the way they did it was it was like subtle, but for some reason it was in there, like for another layer. Maybe it was, I think Danny McBride is in it, and he's John Goodman's son, and they're like fighting and crying in a kid's room, and there's a globe hanging in there.
Is it called The Righteous Gemstones?
Yeah, Gemstones. Yep. And there's a scene where they're really passionately bitching about like maybe a little boy in their family. A little boy ran away. That's what it was. The little grandson ran away, and they're in his room, you know, father and grandfather bitching. And there was like a get real moment, and they were like, fuck all this bullshit, let's get real, basically. And the line was like something like, let's quit all these childish games or these toys, or let's quit all these toys. And he grabs the globe right behind him and throws it. There's like, you know, let's quit all these childish toys and get real, or something like this. And they were talking about, you know, whatever the plot in the show was, getting the boy back, but at the same time they're grabbing the globe, you know what I mean? It was like this Christian flat earth thing at the same time. Dude, it was fucking hilarious. Like, they put that shit in there. The writers are good at it either way, whether it's this Illuminati shit or the writers are just putting extra layers on it because of the current events or whatever. It's fucking great. I love it.
Yeah.
It's always huge globes, huge ass globes in the corners of rooms and shit, like weird shit going on, like with all them.
Yeah, there's been a lot of references, and it's not making fun of it, but you could see it as making fun of it if you didn't realize that we're not on a ball. The way it's done is perfect.
Yeah, they're so slick with it.
I made a GIF of the Will Ferrell one when he's punching a globe and it gets stuck on his hand. Have you ever seen that one?
Is that from like Step Brothers or Elf, or what is that one from?
No, it was some promo for a show or something.
Oh, I love the T-Mobile Flat Earth commercial, the fish tank one or whatever. It was great.
I don't think I've seen that one.
And they were like, you know, 5G. You know, look at this flat map, this flat simulation fish tank world where we're gonna put these little 5G. Or they said something too about like there's a ceiling. It's just crazy. Yeah, what was they talking about the other day? About the radio bouncing up and down, bouncing. How does the radio bounce off the ceiling of Earth if we don't? What is it? From magnetism? What's up with that?
The ionosphere.
So it's magnets.
Yeah, no, it's just ionosphere. And yeah, I was coming through the desert in New Mexico, and I heard a guy in Homestead, Florida today.
Holy moly!
Okay.
Yeah, they call it talking skip, and they basically bounce their radio signal off the ionosphere, and it
Could
comes
it be
back down.
bouncing off of clouds? Could it possibly be bouncing off the clouds?
Not that I know of.
So what's this ion stuff in the sphere? What is it exactly?
Yeah, you.
If it bounced off of clouds, you could never talk to airplanes because they're above the clouds.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Radar. Radio signals do penetrate clouds, but it has to do with Earth's magnetic and the solar wind and the ions getting trapped.
Particles.
It's not the
Usually,
high.
from what I've seen and heard, it happens at night more so during the day.
Yeah. I think it might have something to do with the temperature of the cooler is maybe more dense. I remember as a kid that it was before FM radio, and we would listen to WLS out of Chicago because they played all the cool music, but it was always at night that we could pick it up. We couldn't pick it up during the day.
I mean, I didn't know. I'm ignorant on it. Like, I imagine a spray bottle like that could shoot a stream or a mist, and I figure, yeah, you could stream that shit through the clouds, but maybe if you misted it, it could bounce back down. But that seems crazy though. That like, you know, we have like this, you know, shell around the Earth or something. Pretty crazy. You know, because some radio goes and bounces to the moon and back, right? But some bounces back to us. It's weird from our shell.
Well, I think the bounce has to do with the like aiming your signal at the ionosphere, and it's kind of like skipping a rock. If you just throw the rock straight down in the water, it'll just go into the water. But if you throw it at an angle, it'll skip, and it's sort of like that. You have to
angle it.
I think it has to do with the power, the frequency of the radio wave that you're shooting out.
Yeah, it does.
And some aren't strong enough to break through the ionosphere, so it'll bounce back. And then other ones are stronger, and you could send them to the sun or whatever you do.
Oh, that's a dome right there. Ionosphere. They agree it's a dome. They agree.
They can't have the ionosphere. How high is the ionosphere?
Oh, it's high. It's really high.
High that I could kiss the sky. How sick. Remember that shit? Red Man and Method Man?
Up to the sky. How high? So high that I could touch the sky. How sick?
So sick that you could suck my.
Classic.
The green-eyed bandit can't stand it with more booty or loose and that you can't stand with.
Your girl's booty got my handprint.
Ah. Little freestyle. Oh man, what a long fucking day. I had to mute about 100 people earlier. Fucking Vanek, Flat Earth, Data, and Rumpus at the same time.
That was ridiculous.
exciting. That's ridiculous.
The helicopter for 3 fucking hours.
Bro, Kazanik's saying you can move an infinite amount of air with 1 horsepower.
I think it was a hype. I thought it was
theoretically, hypothetically, whatever, you could move an infinite amount of air with a horsepower.
You don't think you could?
Over how long would that take, though?
You think you can move a metric ton of air with a horsepower?
Okay, I can move a blade that weighed, let's say, X amount of pounds. Now, the hypothetical was you could take that X amount of pounds and spread it out as big as you want. So why would the motor, you think that air is going to produce enough friction for your motor still to not be able to spin your X amount of pounds? You're the crazy one.
Yes, there's going to be a massive amount of friction from the air, and it's not even going to spin.
All right, Jeremy.
No, I mean, if you had you mean like a small fan trying to move a lot of air? Is that what?
No, we're talking
I'm trying to think of it like.
Bro, Zanuck said, yo, listen, this is crazier than seeing your own ass in a telescope. Zanuck said you could lift the Empire State Building if you had helicopter blades that are big enough with a 1 horsepower motor.
You could.
Like if we had this conceptual fan blade that didn't weigh anything and was totally rigid or whatever.
I don't know. I'd have to have him explain it. I don't know how that would work.
You're right. The RPMs are going to change, Jeremy, because of the extra friction, but it's still going to be able to go.
No, you ain't lifting nothing with that. Definitely not the Empire State Building.
Wait, I can't hear you, eggshells. Is that just me? Is that just me, or
I didn't even realize. I thought it was somebody's background noise.
Yeah, but actually, he's kind of low. Holy shit.
Kind of low.
Yeah, it's very low. I can't even. It's weird. I don't even know how that happens.
Like a TV on in the background or something. You couldn't get the blades to move. You'd have to move so much air out of the way that the blades wouldn't move. And it's not like jacking it up. When you jack it up, you can do a little bit at a time. When you have a helicopter blade, you have to move all the air at once. You know, I can jack the thing up a half an inch at a time. That's not how it works with helicopter blades. It's got to move all the air at once.
What I was saying was, I think the tip speed I've been told that the tip speed of propellers is limited to the speed of sound, because otherwise it causes some sort of problem. I don't know what.
No, we ain't worried about the speed of sound. This thing ain't even going to fucking move at all. So forget the speed of sound. You'd be lucky if you get it to move a fucking half inch. His analogy was not analogous to the jack lifting the Empire State Building up.
Oh, jack. I thought you said a chopper.
Yeah, no. He was trying to make an analogy to a jack that you could jack it up, you know, if you had a big enough lever or whatever. But it's different because you have. I don't know.
No, Jeremy, that's just about leverage. It wasn't about lifting a little piece at once. It was just about the ratio of leverage.
No, because he was making an analogy to jacking a car up. When you jack a car up, you jack it up. You can jack it up a centimeter at a time or something. You know, at a time. But with the helicopter blades, you have to move all of the air at once. So if you're talking about some theoretical mile-long helicopter blades, it would have to move all the air at once.
Yeah, you have to jack up the whole car at once. Jeremy, when you press down the lever, it lifts the whole car at once.
I know, but
that's kind of a good point, actually.
I don't think you could do it. I don't think 1 horsepower could move a metric ton of air.
It could move it very slowly, buddy.
I don't
It
think it'd be
doesn't have
able
to
to
move the air. It has to move through the air.
You have to have enough horsepower to overcome the friction.
That's the point. It moves itself. The air, you count on the air resistance, and that's going to give you the lift.
No, you have to be able to spin the blade to move air. The blade has to push air out of the way.
Oh my God, no! I mean,
Yes, the blade does. Does the
think
blade
about
have
it.
to push air out of the way?
There's no reason, Jeremy. You have no measure to say that there's air is too heavy to move. I mean, seriously.
I know. Listen, the blades have to move air out of the way, right? There's going to be friction there. You can only do it.
They move air out of the way. I think they push the air, and the friction lifts them up. The air not. I mean, I don't know enough about it, but you know what I'm saying. It pushes the air. It pushes off the air, and then the air moves as reaction. But all you need is a power to move itself, don't you? I mean, what resistance do you have with air? It's free flowing. What are you talking about?
There's resistance from air. It's called drag.
Yes, but
yes. So you're trying to overcome this massive amount of friction. I don't know how long the helicopter blades would have to be for the Empire State Building thing. Probably miles and miles long. So that's a lot of friction. I don't think you're going to be able to do it with 1 horsepower. That's all.
Okay, yeah, dude, it's just a hypothetical. He wanted to do his little math equation thing that he was doing. But Rumpus was dead ass fucking wrong. Either way, they should have took 3 hours on that bullshit. And we ain't taking more than 8 minutes right now. Period.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah,
This
I
man
went away.
teach us that in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I couldn't stand it. I had to get away from it.
Oh my God. I took a phone call a half hour later. They were still going at it. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah. I don't feel like that the conclusion they were trying to draw had any significance to anything.
Oh, we were lost in the weeds on that one. I don't even know how that started. Yeah. You know how these things go. When the conversation flows organically, like you never know where you're going to end up. That's why I love that shit. I love not knowing where you're going to end up. It gets interesting. What else would we have talked about for 3 hours today? Come on. Gravity, refraction.
Two-dimensional, 3 surfaces.
Well, Rocky is not here, but me and him the other day were talking about like motion blur. Yeah, and he was saying that it was Rocky. He was saying that why isn't light blurry since light is moving really fast?
Yeah.
I don't think that's a good argument. I don't know if you guys wanted to talk about that because I mean, there's a reason why things appear blurry. You know, I forgot what it's called. What is it? Shutter speed. Like, you know, if you look into it, you know, it's obvious, but I don't know. And this isn't me like shitting on Rocky. I just wanted to bring that up to see if anyone else also agree with them, you know. So we could maybe, you know, talk about that.
Have you ever been rolling on E and you get someone with the glow sticks with a string on it and they're swinging them all around and you see that blur?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, as
it doesn't
humans,
have
we also
to be shutter speed. You can just see it.
Well, no, I mean, as humans, I mean, yeah, we don't necessarily have a quote unquote shutter speed per se, but we still have time to. We take a while to process the light, though, so we do have a sort of shutter speed going on where we have to still process the light, you know. So it's not like we just see infinitely fast. That's impossible.
What's the shutter speed on your eyeball?
I'm not too sure, but I think I looked up the number recently, though. There was a number that was the equivalent of a shutter speed.
You're talking about like seeing propellers as a disc. or something like that.
Or just a little bit of a blur. I mean, yeah, it can come out as a disc, or if you swing them slower, it could just be a blurry line or something.
Yeah. I don't know what the what the quote unquote shutter speed for humans are, but there is a limit. Like there's a time, the amount of time that our eyes need, or our brain needs, to take before it, for it to like process the light and shit. So
I mean, here's some crazy questions. What is blackness? But we know that light pushes off each other. I know y'all talk about a different blurriness, but when you think about how you take the cell phone out in the sun and it blurs that cell phone out, it fades it out. You need to turn your brightness up. You know what I mean?
Well, that's more so your eyes adjusting to the brighter light outside. Because like I don't know if you noticed, but like for me, like sometimes I'll just like depending on like how the sun is in the sky, whatever. Like my room is like dark. I mean, it appears light to me, but if I look outside though, it's even brighter, and then vice versa. If I'm outside, I look inside my room, right? My room appears mad dark, and it really just comes down to your eyes adjusting to different light, different brightnesses and whatnot. So when you have your phone outside, it's not that it fades it out, whatever. It's just that your eyes adjusted to the light outside. Because if it adjusted to your phone, everything would be mad fucking bright. It would blind you. So you kind of have to adjust.
That's
okay. That makes sense. Definitely.
You know what I'm talking about though, right? Like you ever look inside your house, whatever,
Yeah.
like a window, and it appears like really dark because you're outside where it's really bright. But you go inside, you go inside your house, and it's like
I totally agree with you. I wonder though if we could produce the phenomenon I'm talking about, like even immediately before your eyes do the stretch, like if you could just intensify the light source, right, and see if it masks the intensity of the cell phone, like before your eyes even stretch out. But I mean, what you're saying is definitely, viable. Or it's definitely what's going on. At least, maybe even mostly and only. But
I mean, we could
seems like the lights push on each other. Maybe like I don't know why I'm feeling this, but yeah, I hear you. Thank you.
You could probably test it with like a camera, like because I know cameras, they have to adjust for light too. But I think you can also have it where it doesn't adjust, and you could probably see that, like the part where like whatever light source you have, like the lesser dim light, whatever, you probably see that won't change on your camera. But I don't know though. I mean, you'd have to have a camera where it doesn't adjust. You'd probably have to do that manually. I could have sworn I've seen a video like that though. I think it was like that one guy who does the videos, the science videos, where what's his name? I forgot, but he was trying to show that white, isn't like you can have different shades of white, like black, like a black screen on your computer or your phone is technically like a really dim white. I forgot what his name is though, but he was showing that though.
Yeah,
like white is just relative.
And t-shirt, yeah, because you got to have something coming off it for you to see it.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find him. Okay, I think it's the Action Lab. Let me see. The Action Lab. It was like white. I forgot what it was. It was like white something. But I think in that video, though, he actually showed example of like shit, like adjusting and whatnot. Can't find it though. Black is white. Nope. Maybe let's go on his channel real fast. Maybe it wasn't him. I don't know. Yeah, in any case, yeah, I don't know. Just maybe try something out with that with the camera. I don't know.
I've seen that Veritasium, the Action Lab guy where he went in the super black room, and I think he did some white room stuff too.
Yeah, the brightest room or something like that, where I think he I think it was like glow in the dark paint. I think he did for that, or something. I forget, or maybe it was just white, and then he had like a really freaking bright ass flashlight. That was weird.
He's a trip.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't find it. Whatever. Anyway, that's my topic. I don't know. You guys try to figure out a topic now. I can't think of anything.
The map.
The map.
Winston was in here with the best shit. How about is this Mars photos real and shit? That's the funniest shit. And Rumpus was like, guaranteed he knows it's real. It's like, what, bro? Why take this position? Why? And then it was like, oh, we work at Xanax guy works, this guy works at NASA, that guy works at NASA, so we know it's real. What I think should happen more, what should happen more often is when these name dropper nepotism people, start talking about my dad worked here and, there's no way they could have built the satellite and then the Illuminati pretended to send it up and had the other. They never get into anything specific of why it couldn't have been. And then they'll sit there, hold on. Then they'll sit there and talk about the logic where, NASA admitted, all the people sitting at mission control wouldn't know if it was a simulation or real and stuff like that. And they'll agree. And they're like, how can you agree to that? And then sit there and say that, that it just doesn't make any sense. To me, you can't have it both ways.
Oh, okay, hold on. I think I found it. Okay, I found the video. All right, hold on. Let me share this. Here's the Action Lab video I was talking about.
All right.
I think what he does is he has his phone on, whatever, and he also has a light or whatever, and like in the background, but he like adjusts his camera or whatever, and then you see like the phone or some shit, or maybe hold on, hold on. Oh, maybe I'm also misinterpreting this. Hold on. Okay, maybe not. Hold on. I'm gonna feel like a fool now. Okay, well, I mean, he doesn't quite test it, but there is a shot though where when he cuts the light on, his phone is technically still white, and then the camera adjusts, and then you see it start to go dark. So I mean, I don't know. It's kind of there. But I'm sure if you get a camera and you try this out, I'm sure it'll work. You just gotta whatever. So I don't know. It'd be cool to do. It's in that video though, kind of for like a split second. It's not the video isn't really meant to test that, but he has a point though. Like where basically light is kind of like relative. Like if you adjust to something, then one thing's gonna be brighter than the other. But
Yeah, but think about it. There are things flying in directions. They probably push on each other. I think they would. And maybe that's what's going on with, like, what is that thing with the filtering the percentages don't add up. There's some kind of tricky phenomenon going with the filtering percentages.
Hey, really? What are you talking about?
What the hell is it, man? See, I don't know this stuff enough to like. I don't know this shit enough to teach it. It's like if you put one filter on the light and only 50% of the light goes through.
Uh-huh. Oh, you mean those weird, like, I forgot what they're called, but is it like the ones where you turn and then it kind of like lets some light through?
Yeah,
like
it's
polarized
like
light.
Another 50 and it should be like 25% gets through. It's 87% or 67 or something like this. It's some weird fucking thing.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah, I don't know. That's like polarized light or something. I don't quite get that, but that's only because I don't look into that. But yeah, that's some weird shit. That is some crazy stuff. Let me see, polarized light filter. Yeah, I'm not gonna pull up anything for that. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't really tell you. I'm not even gonna try to tackle that. Sorry.
Yeah. Dude, it's tight what they can do. But I tell you what, it damn sure pushed off each other.
I wonder, does anyone here know about polarized light? Like, can explain it or something? Because like I've been meaning to sort of like figure that out. I mean, not like really, but like, it's like it's not that like interesting, but it's like interesting enough to where, if someone knew about it and they wanted to talk about it, I'd be willing to listen, Anyone? No? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's cool.
All right. Well, if anyone wants to bring anything up, go ahead. I'm gonna go on mute for now.
Jeremy, teach us.
I always remember being taught at school that it selects the angle of the light, so it's a little bit like the teacher we made. It was like junior school, and we made like corrugated cardboard.
Yeah, the ribs got a line up.
Yeah, so you cut it out and then you make it by packing it all together, so you're looking down those ridges, and so the sort of shadow from light coming high or low is blocked, but you're still seeing a fairly clear image straight ahead. I've got no idea if that teacher had any clue about it though.
We're writing real fast here. Your volume's kind of lowering down again. I wonder if that's like a adjusting thing. Like, I don't know. Let me see.
Yeah, Discord's been doing some weird shit with my mic lately.
They're listening.
Yeah. I wonder if, because I know there's like a input sensitivity. There's like a thing that says automatically determine input sensitivity. So I don't know if that's what's going on, or if that, I don't know.
I'll take a look at that and I'll see if I need to turn that off.
Yeah, I heard what you were saying though. It's just like towards the end though, just kind of lowered down a bit, but yeah, you're saying like the cardboard ridges and then angle, and I forgot shit.
It's just like that it lets in angle light from a certain angle, so it cuts out glare is most of what my understanding was. So it only gets it from what you're looking at dead ahead.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
So I might turn off input sensitivity. There we go.
Okay.
Oh no, that's not the volume, is it?
Yeah, I'm not really sure what that is. I'll be honest. I just kind of assumed that was. I don't know. I don't know if that is. Let me see.
Yeah, the last few coming in good.
See, oh, my bad. Yeah, I don't think that's volume. I think that's just like, yeah. Okay, my bad. That's something else.
Automatic
what?
gain control. That's what it'll be.
Yeah.
All right. I've turned automatic gain control off. Let's see what that does.
Your volume went down a little bit, but I think it's consistent though, which is maybe a plus. Maybe you just have to raise your. I don't.
My volume. See if that holds.
See output. Yeah, I didn't realize the thing I was talking about, the input sensitivity. That's like what it picks up. So if it's like talking in the background, it'll cut that out. That's something else. Okay. We got output volume. I don't know if is there automatic like volume adjusting. I don't know if there is.
In Windows settings, there's a setting to let exclusive devices take control or whatever. So you got to always turn that off for Discord.
Yeah, could be good. Thanks, Terry.
Sorry to interrupt. I was just listening.
Jesus, Terry, always interrupting. Can't shut this guy up, I swear.
No, I'm going to have to stop doing that in this channel.
I set up a massive Kerbal mission, and then I was like, right, they'll go out to Minmus and meet up with my crew who's been out there mining ore for the last 5 or 10 years. And got out there, and my ship's not there. I've got no idea what happened to them, but I just lost the entire crew and ship full of Kerbals. Very inconvenient.
Might have been pirates.
Say again?
Pirates.
Pirates.
Space
yeah.
pirates.
Space pirates.
What's up, Riding?
Yo.
You playing that space game?
Playing that space game while on hold with the tax department.
Here's the best thing to do in that game, okay?
Okay.
You copy any real cool, powerful engine rocket that we have here, right?
Yeah.
And then you'd be like, all right, this is the best. And then you make it like the BFM. Just go for the BFM or whatever, these human people think that they're really going to make, okay? And then instead of doing what they take off with normally, just go straight up. Just go straight up. And then that's your record you're looking for. And then be like, oh, well, I guess you can resize your rocket. You do all the different things like less weight, but less power. Like that whole fucking ratio shit Zanuck and them were arguing about earlier, but with engines instead. And just go for your height, just straight up, okay? And see if you can make it to the moon straight up, just straight out. You know what I mean? because really, what would you have to do? You have to make it to the Lagrange point and then make sure your aim was good and you'd fall into the moon? Or like, how would that, would it never happen? Will the sun always, like, isn't that way funner to do riding, to just go straight up? It seems way funner.
Oh, he's on BRB. He's on BRB right now. He had to do something.
He needs to go. It's what he's doing. He went to do it for me. I promise you. He was like, all right, I'm going to do it. Let's take a over under. Let's take a poll. How high do we think that they can get? I'm not going to Google it.
How high?
Yeah, they're.
It's a tough one because let me see. I think rockets normally go as when they're going that when they're doing the little thingy, the little arc thingy. That's like shit. I don't know. It's like
They just did one of these things. I think again. What was that go fat? The one that they always said hit the dome. Why did that one just ran out of power? Right.
I don't know, but that one, that was, I think, it was at least, I want to say at least like maybe 100 miles. I don't know. I don't know enough about rockets to know how high they go. I'm just trying to real fast think like.
No, it wasn't no 500,000 feet. That rocket, in no way.
No. Oh, maybe it was in the tens of miles. Maybe it was a few dozen.
60 miles. Maybe it went 300,000.
Yeah, let's go with like 60, 70. So that one, okay. That one went. That one straight up.
Nothing. That's nothing. Look, he done left, man. He thought I was. I'm not joking with him. It's like all these people have this Kerbal shit, and they just, they be. Oh my God, doing the normal shit with it, man. It don't make no sense. And then they just want to have their own little cool custom look at this rocket. It's like NASA's really gonna buy your rocket, bro. Like, come on, bro. Like, you're really gonna impact us.
Let me see. So I'm gonna go with 100 and shit. I don't know. Like 100 miles up. There you go. If it went straight up, 100 miles. That's my number.
Who you think has the record right now for doing such a thing? You think it's who? Japan, China, Russia, Australia, India, Israel?
I have no idea. I don't even. I'm pretty sure my 100 number is way off. I don't even know what these what rockets, like the heights of these things are. So I'm just literally just fucking throwing out any number.
All right, no one's talking and writing's away, so we gonna Google it real quick, and then don't let him. And then we're gonna see if he guesses right. I'm gonna Google highest rocket straight up. And actually, if you go to Wikipedia, man, it's funny. There's so many sections that say, "Oh, this section is missing citation." If you go to escape velocity on Wikipedia, you'll be sadly disappointed.
Oh wait, hold on. Someone's okay. One of these things are saying. I mean, this is just the first thing I got, but one of these things are saying 144,000 feet, which was close to that other number. Let me see. Divide that by.
That's sad.
Wait.
There's balloons that go higher.
Yeah, that's a little bit. Yeah, that's 27. That's 25 miles. Huh. Okay. Yeah, that is kind of pathetic. Huh. Oh, but there's also this other one that's saying the highest possible altitude of us. Oh, but this is like, I think this is like, yeah, what do you call it? Hypothetically though, this one's saying according to this answer, it's like 678 kilometers. For a rocket shot straight up.
I found that. I just found what you're on.
Yeah. So kilometers to miles, because I don't know, whatever, is 678 my miles at? Oh, there we go. It's like 421 miles. Huh. Okay. But I think that's just like, what is it? It's a new altitude record for a rocket shot straight up.
That's actually kind of sad because 421, you'd only like
It was shy from shy from 420. Yeah, I know, it's pretty sad.
I think you have to be like I know it depended on the field of view and the but I think it was to see. What was it to see the whole Earth? Do you need to triangle it, or because it's a ball, is it less than? Which way is it? Go this way. But it was something like at least a couple thousand miles up to see from edge to edge of the whole ball.
I mean,
how high when they get that in frame, right?
Yeah. And that's a little debatable though. I mean, like if you want to get technical, you would have to be like if you want to get like really technical, you would have to be like infinitely far away to see exactly 50% of the Earth's surface. Now, obviously, you could be
infinite. You'd have to be a triangle of the radius, right?
Triangle of the radius.
Yeah. If you go up a radius high, right, then you would have a triangle to both edges, wouldn't you? What are you talking about? Infinitely to see half? We see half of all the spheres in the sky. We're not infinitely far from it. You're confusing me, and I'm sorry.
Well, I was getting technical. Like if you wanted to technically like 100% like 50, then you would need to be infinitely far away. But if you want to see like 49.99999, like that's effectively 50. So we don't got to get technical, but
You teaching me something here. You teach me. You talk about the horizon is always going to be like in front of an equator. If not the equator, but in front of a forward, backward, a face equator. It's always, unless you're really, I didn't know that. I thought as soon as you hit the triangle, you could see over all the horizons to the edge, but I'm not familiar enough with it. But
let me see.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, hold on. Let me real fast punch it in. I want to see how much you would see if we. Okay, so if you are about a radius, 3959 miles above the Earth, then you are getting roughly 120 degrees of the Earth's surface. So that would be 2/3. No, my bad. 1/3. That's 1/3 of the Earth's surface.
120 is your field of view, anyway.
Yeah. So, there you go then. Yeah. So I guess, yeah.
You only need 1/8. See, that's where it gets confusing. But I've seen them do. I've seen like Kosher did a simulation before.
Uh-huh.
You can just do it. I'm just put a ball in front of my face and figure it out real quick.
Yeah. To make sure if you to do it accurately, all you'd have to do is, get the ball roughly a radius away from your eyes, and that would, I guess, more or less be similar enough to the Earth being a radius away from you. I mean, kind of. It might be some sort of. No, actually, never mind. That should be technically correct. Yeah. But you have two eyes, though, and the ball might not be big enough to. So I don't know. You make some weird effects.
No, you got to do one eye.
Yeah, one eye. There you go. If you do one eye, then it's a lot more accurate. Oh, but then it's not the whole 120 degrees field of view. I don't fucking know. What is the field of view of one eye? Field of view.
180 degree. I think it's pretty big. It's pretty big field of view of an eye. It's like big. Like, isn't it up to 180?
One eye is 135.
135. Okay, yeah. I think my 120 number that I've also mentioned in the past. Yeah, it's just sort of a rough, but yeah, 135 is the actual. Yeah.
I'm going. It's from 110 to 180 is what I'm thinking. Doesn't it matter what type of eye you have?
There's probably a small range, but it's probably not that big.
Okay.
But yeah, though, let me see. It'd be 120. Pretty crazy.
Wait. I just saw a number. It said it's 120 to 200 degrees. How strictly? Depends how you define how an object can be seen.
Trying to think here, because.
All right, so the two questions: how high do you got to be with 120 or whatever field of view camera? 120 degree, 180 degree, I don't care. How high do we got to be? And then, how much more fuel would it take to go straight up to the moon than to go the way that they do it? Like 50 times more fuel, 100 times, 3 times more. I can't. The highest rocket can only go 400 miles up. That's crazy. And it said, did you see what it said? It said by user Jonathan or so. What the hell is that? You're talking about some computer program, probably.
It's 12 degrees. Hold on. Okay, so yeah, there's a little bit of. I'm looking through the math real fast, and I was thinking about it because someone brought up like 120 degrees. It's really 135. That's close enough though. We have a field of view of like 135 left to right. And I was saying that you would see roughly 120 degrees of the Earth at a radius distance away from it. The thing is though that's not. It's not that the Earth would fit your entire field of view though, because if we're using that logic, then as we go up, right, even higher. For example, with my math, if you're roughly, what is that? Is that 80 million? Oh, let me punch it again. 80, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, if you're like 80 million miles up, my bad, not 80 million miles. If you're 80 million feet up, then you're seeing roughly 78 times 2, 156 degrees of the Earth. All right. So if you imagine the Earth as 360 degrees all the way around, and you imagine 156 of that, right? That's how much we'd be seeing of the Earth.
But
right?
when you say that, are you saying you would see?
Not in your field of view, though. See, that's a totally different thing.
Around it, but you would only see 156 degrees deep, like around.
I probably should reword it. So what I'm really saying is, let me see, 360 divided by 156. Oh shit! Hold on, 360 divided by 156. So I'm gonna reword that. So we'd be seeing roughly like 1/2.3 of the surface. So close to half of the surface, but not exactly one half.
Right, but we're saying we would see space all around it. You just would only be able to see deep back, right, through 40%. 50% is really the cap, right? 50% would be the cap, and we're at 38%, right? But are you talking about deep around to the backside is what you're saying? What, 40% around to the back, but we still around a circle. We're high enough to see space around the whole circle, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I was just kind of wording it really weirdly. Let me just see something real fast. 360 divided by.
I think about that triangle race though, then, because infinite far is just killing me. It's killing me that that it's like you can only creep up to that midway horizon point, and I mean, yeah, it's making sense, but it seems like there is a cap where you're like, yo, I can see the edge of that, and even the 0.1, the 0.1, that's what's killing me. Is I'm like, why isn't there just a cap formula where you can see right to 50-50? But I guess not.
Well, it has to do with like the angles. Like what ends up happening is like, if you're, because like with how spheres work, obviously, if you're really close to it, a lot of it's being like hitting because of like foreshortening and whatnot. But also because of you just literally can't make an angle to that side of the sphere or whatever, right? But as you bring it further away from you, right? You can start making like like angles, and your line of sight can actually reach those parts of the sphere. But it basically comes down to angles. And so once you're infinitely far away, you can pretty much see exactly 50% of the sphere.
Yeah, I mean, I get the theory that you're putting out there. What just keeps drawing me back, a way to say it, I guess, is I'm feeling like, yeah, you got the circle, you got humps, you got to see around that corner. But I guess you just feel like, even though you're in the middle, that's what starts like that perfect middle spot. But you feel like you get to a certain spot, you're like, okay, I'm so far away. I'm a whole ball away. I'm 2 balls away. I'm 3 balls away. Like, there shouldn't be any more hump, right? Because from the horizon, the top edge and the bottom edge and the left and right, they're the highest points on the sphere, and everything else curves down and in front.
Mm-hmm.
You just feel, you know what I mean? You just feel, okay, there's no more hump in the middle, so I should kind of be able to see to the, the 50 horizon, but whatever. I mean, I feel you. That perfect middle point doesn't give you the angle. I get. It just seems like infinite is way too deep of an answer, but I'm trusting you.
Yeah, let me see if I can real fast like post a picture of what I'm talking about. Just, I mean, I think you know what I'm talking about, but just like maybe like a visualization will just make it more like, like you kind of just like, okay, like, because it has to do with like that triangle thing, basically. Like, it gets to the point where if you're infinitely far away, the triangle just kind of breaks, and it's like, it's not really a triangle anymore. It's a weird fucking infinite triangle thing, which makes no sense.
Mm-hmm.
Just picture one. Here, I'll show you.
Damn.
Oh. And let me do my little hypothetical.
At a 15 Earth radiuses away, I got about 174 degrees.
174.
About.
Oh. Okay. And what was the distance you said again? It was what?
About 15. I'm just messing around with it.
Okay.
So I'm using SolidWorks. So, yeah, 14 you get 176 degrees.
Here we go.
I don't know why that last bit of hump is so counterintuitive to me.
Well, it's just like you can never actually completely see more than like 50% of a sphere unless you are physically larger than the sphere.
Okay, that's what it is. You got to be bigger than it. That's what.
Yeah.
See, that's what's my commonality is probably fucking me up. Is commonly I'm looking at spheres smaller than my head or whatnot.
Well, it would be the distance between your eyes, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because you can like, if you put, I know this is sounding really stupid now, but like if you put your hand like in front of your face, like you're like karate chopping your nose, right? You can see the palm, and you can also see like the back side of your hand, because obviously you got your eyes on both sides of your hand. But I don't know, it's
Right.
You get what I'm getting at, though. I think I kind of made the point, though. But yeah, that's what it is, though. Yeah. But like in the picture that I shown, though, yeah, it's pretty much like a weird like triangle thing, whatever. Where if, like, yeah, once you reach infinity, whatever, the triangle just like fucking breaks. It's not even a triangle anymore. I mean, supposedly it is, but it's also not.
Yeah, right. What kills me is distance A. It's just like I'm just like, really? There's still hump there. And distance B, I'm like, really? Like,
Yeah.
B isn't there yet, you know? Okay.
Yeah, at 50 Earth radius away, it's 178.87 degrees.
Still tricky, that last bit of humpness.
See, let's see what we get if I put in 179.9.
Because you're not outside of the edge, you're inside the edge. So you're always looking through the hump to the edge.
Something like that. I don't know. My brain's turning off.
No, you sold me. I mean, it's like, it's obvious once you state it. You're like, no, it's going to be 49. I'm like, yeah. Then I'm just like, but you're outside the hump. Because I'm thinking in my own eyes, man.
To see 179.9 degrees, you'd have to be 572 radiuses away.
Good.
572.
Okay, but here's the real question. The real question is, how high do we need to be to see space all the way around? How wide of a camera, you know?
What do you mean by
Yes, you
space
could have
all
a
the way around?
360-degree camera, right? But you know, like there should also be some number where you're like, okay, that's close enough to, you know, like these 40% or whatever. I think, what'd you say? 3 radiuses away, and you're 1 radius away, it was still 38%, right? I think that's good enough. 1 radius away.
Yeah.
You can definitely
just-
tell it's a sphere from that far away.
Right.
For sure. Yeah. Hold on. Okay.
I'm so sorry for that, Don. I was waiting on hold, and then suddenly they picked up as you were asking me a question.
Oh, bro, you're good, bro. I was just saying, shoot straight up in the Kerbal. It's funner. And we saw that there's some record, whatever, real or digital, 400 miles straight vertical launch is some record.
Or in the real world?
We don't even know. We don't know. I think it's fake in a fake thing because it's said by a user.
Probably in Kerbal. Let's see. I bet Scott Manley's done it.
And so, you know, it just trips me out. Like, they do the Dragon capsules up to the ISS. They now have the camera on the whole fucking time, okay? But it's looking at the clouds or whatever, okay? You get some horizon. There's a lot, you know.
It'll be a lot better, I think, when like Jeremy was saying the other day, why don't they have a 360 camera? I think that'd be pretty good.
Yeah, they got on the whole time. But with these ones that go up and, you know, like the moon missions, like they're snapping photos. You know, it's like, keep the camera on the whole time when you're raising up out of the atmosphere when the full ball appears. Put the camera on that shit. You know, and when you're leaving and going to Mars. Go ahead, bro.
I think the challenge is if it's not a 360 camera. Oh shit! I got another phone call in a second. I think the challenge is if it's not a 360 camera, your shot is either going to start off boring or end up boring because you're going to shoot like forwards or backwards basically. But like once the ball's like, you know, you're going to roll over onto your back, and then all you're going to see from the back end of the craft is, you know, a hint of curve and then space, and all you're going to see from the front is the inky blackness of space. Those old ones from the shuttle were pretty cool.
Until you're high enough, though.
Yeah.
And there could be, yeah, but
360 could be really cool. Like have a 360 just way out on an arm on the you know, one of the solar arrays or some sort of arm on the ISS. I think it'd be awesome.
dude, SpaceX, when they put the car, I don't know what else they were even launching the car in space for. It was just to test their rocket, right?
Yeah.
And they had 3 cameras on that shit. Okay, and then they got to go back, and it's like, come on, man, it's a test flight. They got 3 cameras. Like, come on. That's there could be 8 cameras, 10 cameras on a NASA rocket. There's no reason why not to have it. Like, it costs nothing.
Yeah. Let me do this phone call. We'll be back.
All right, God bless. This gift right here is just.
What, the guy like bonking the little midget like ape thing?
It's like that's my. He put a great gift for like I'm like okay, get it through your head. You can only see 49.9999.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but that was just being technical, though. I mean, like, it's like a lot of the objects that we see, we don't see. Well, if it's a cube, then yeah, we see the entire face, obviously, at that point, yeah, because that's flat. But yeah, a lot of curved surfaces that we don't usually see, all of one half side or whatever. I don't know. I mean, it's
It feels like we do, but we don't actually.
yeah. But yeah, I mean, for the purposes of just seeing like the roundness of Earth, though, yeah, you don't have to be too far at all. I mean, I reckon you could even be obviously less than a radius away. It just really depends on what you define as seeing the the entirety of Earth. I think once the Earth stops, like being the horizon. Well, then again, that's kind of I don't know. That's kind of fucking vague. I don't know. Is it? I don't know. Point is, I don't know if you could see it within your entire field of view. I think that's when it finally becomes like the entirety of Earth. Quote unquote. Anyway.
Yeah.
Because when you're on Earth, obviously the ground is like when you look down on the ground, whatever. Obviously that fills up your entire view and more because it's safe to say that the ground is 180 degrees, right? Because that would, roughly anyway, like on a ball, that would be roughly. But that's besides the point, though. It would more or less be around 180 degrees, like a straight line, more or less. And obviously, the farther you get away from the ball Earth, that number would decrease from like 180 to, or less than 180, it's like 179 point whatever. Keep doing that. But obviously, I think the goal would just be to get that to fit all in your field of view. I think that would be, where you're high enough to say, okay, it's a ball.
I mean, yeah, if that's supposed to be the scientific milestone, that should be the evidence. And I know that it's just they had no reason to do that documentation because everything else lines. I mean, I get it.
I mean, they just took pictures of the Earth instead from further away.
Right. I understand. Like Apollo produced some great stuff. Like there's pictures of the full ball or different Apollo missions even. But there's really not like great video. I mean, there just really isn't. In my opinion. So
22. Okay.
I know it's outdated tech back then. I mean, like, but they were making movies, man. And it is one of the best arguments about the moon stuff. Someone says to me, like, wouldn't you just be looking up at the Earth and all this? And I mean, I can't argue with them. It is kind of interesting, the shenanigans that were going on the moon. Come on, man. I don't know. I hope it feels like, oh no, if they were bullshitting, you threatening national security talking about it. It's like, come on, man. Come on.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 2. Divide that by 5, 3. Huh. Okay. Okay, so I don't know if my calculations are correct or not, but I'm gonna assume they are. According to my calculations, you would have to be let me see, hold on, divide that by 5280. You would have to be 325 miles high to see the entirety of Earth in your field of view. According to my calculations.
Why only so low?
I mean, it's a little bit higher than ISS, but yeah, that's still pretty low though. But that's all you need to get the entirety of it in your field of view, according to my calculations. Anyway, I believe this is correct.
With 135 degree field of view.
Yep.
Oh.
So you just have to be just because the ISS is like 254.
You're saying but you're saying you'd get what percentage of the face at that?
At that point,
that's when you can get the full rim. You're saying.
So at that height, you'd actually only get about 22. Let me see, 22.5 times that by 2. You'd only get about 45. Let me just give you percentage instead, because giving you degrees is kind of misleading. So,
right.
45
Really, I guess as long as you're above the highest mountain, like you only have to be as high as an airplane, and if you had a flat-eyed camera like 360, like you'd see a flat Earth, but you still would see space all the way around the edges. You're only seeing 1% of the face or whatever, but you still could see, I guess, but it's really not what the target is.
Yeah. But hold on. Okay, I forgot what I was saying. Oh, right. Okay, so yeah, I guess at this height that I was saying, the 300-ish miles high, you'd only see about 12.5% of the surface, but that would fill your entire field of view, but only your field of view. So, you're getting that entire thing in your field of view, and yeah.
12% is pretty good.
Yeah, 12% of the surface, but it'll fill your entire field of view though. So I feel like that would be the official height, of seeing the Earth. Yeah, that's gonna be my number now. My little argument number. But below that though, you can still see the curve though. It would just you're not seeing the entirety of Earth, so don't take that number and don't misuse it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I like it.
Okay.
I'd be right where I'd want to orbit, and then just show it live and go all the way around. That's right up where ISIS is, though, isn't it?
ISIS is a little bit lower.
Yeah.
Because they don't see
They can still tell it. They don't see like that. It takes up more than their full field of view.
Yeah,
if they're looking straight at it.
Yeah, they're looking forward. And they're
Yeah, like the math that I'm doing real fast is like in this little if you can call it that, program that I made, where basically you could punch in numbers and shit, and it tells you like the angle. It's basically my own little Earth curve calculator or whatever. But basically, it gives you the angle in which you look down, like where the horizon would be, right? Like a little dip angle. And so when you put in the ISS's height, you get like 20 degrees. Like you'd be looking down 20 degrees to the horizon. So the idea is that if you look down on one side 20 degrees, you do 20 degrees on the other side too. So in total, you'd have 40 degrees, or 40 out of 360 of the surface, which would just be, if you divide that, that's I think that's like 12.5% or something like that. And so the idea is also that for you to get how much it would, its angular size, I basically just took the 20 degrees and then I subtracted that by 90 and I got 70. There's a reason why I did that though. Maybe I'll explain that later though. But basically I got the 70 and I did 70 twice, and then I got 140 degrees angular size. And I believe that's right. I could be wrong, but let me just check that.
I feel your concepts. I can't check your numbers. I don't know. But yeah, I see the concept you're talking about.
The size of Earth and diameter is what they're doing. Oh, never mind. They're not giving me anything.
Straight up. I'm looking more of the straight up records of straight upness.
Oh yeah. Okay, so I am right. Okay, so it says angular size looking Earth angular size looking from the ISS. It says it means for an observer above the ISS, Earth limb appears as a disk of apparent diameter of 140 degrees. All right, so I was right. Look at that. See, my math was pretty accurate. Or at least it's the same math that they had anyway. So I'm pretty proud of myself. me put in 100 feet. Jeez.
Okay, read the article that gave us that answer about 678.
Okay, let me see.
Okay, I'm gonna go split screen. Okay, so this shit is it's taking me for a loop. So according to this answer, 671 is the new altitude record for a rocket shot, quote, straight up vertical launch by this user. And then it's like question mark. But then you go down and it's like for a suborbital direct ascent trajectory, some early lunar probes, USSR's Luna 1, for example, would hold this record. Otherwise, early vertical research probes included the Blue Scout. Oh, what did you hear? So the Russian one would hold the record. Otherwise, early vertical research included the Blue Scout Junior, one of which reached 44,000 kilometers on 1961 December 4th mission 02. Another may have reached 225,000 kilometers on 1961 August 17th mission 01. So it's like mission 01 may have went 225 kilometers high, and then the second mission they went lower.
Well, I mean,
although it wasn't tracked, so we're not. So
I guess we kind of have to, I don't know, set the rules for, you know, like what counts as, you know, straight up, because I mean, obviously that wasn't just like straight up with like if I had to guess, I think it wait, you go. Actually, I'm sure you have more knowledge.
The reason we don't launch straight up is because we're trying to reach orbit. We're not just trying to get out as far as we can. We're trying to reach a stable orbit at a particular height.
I get it. I'm not.
It's easier to reach orbit if you launch more horizontally. Like the Japanese space program, they launch at an angle. It's kind of crazy.
We disclaimed that at the beginning. Like I
wasn't there.
We know that they're trying to do their orbits for their reasons, but I'm just saying, like, what are these other records? What are the possibilities? Right? What other stuff? And just in the first article we found, it just looks a little weird, dude. It's like a Chinese suborbital probe reached over 10,000 kilometers and possibly 30,000 kilometers on May 13th, 2013.
Well, the important part is that it's a suborbital probe, so it's going up and then it's coming back down because it didn't actually get to an orbital velocity. It just went up and back down.
No, I get it. What that's what we're saying, that they are referencing these quote unquote vertical flights, but when we Googled the answer, our first answer said 400 miles, basically 670 kilometers. But now it's like, wait, but no, 1961 they said 100,000. China said 10,000. 10 years ago. So we're just trying to get it.
It's probably context missing. Like it's probably the method that maybe the 600 one was like, I don't know, all on one tank, while like the other 10,000 ones is like they got up there. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I don't really. This isn't really my topic, so I'm probably talking out my ass right now.
You're thinking. That's good thinking. It's definitely some context. And then we are still just scratching the surface here. But the cool thing would be like, do it in Kerbal and see just how much extra it would cost. You know what I mean? Like the moon mission is impossible because the rocket could just never do it, or it would cost 100 times more money, or these things are just taken for granted a lot, I feel. It's just like, yeah, it'd be crazy, so let's just go the easy way. Okay. But for education purposes, I think, specific numbers and stuff like this will help people's solidify in their brain, stick in their brain.
Hmm.
And help with overconfident positions.
Okay, this is from, let's see here, astronomy.com. says swirling gas around a young star giving birth to a far-off planet that's about 9 times the mass of Jupiter and located twice as far from its star as Pluto is from the sun. The oddly massive but distant world is forcing astronomers to rethink how planets form in the first place.
AstronomyLive.com is fucking garbage ass website. The way they report is bad. It's just to get attention. It's like the tabloid of actual astronomy.
They be clickbaiting the shit out of me.
Did you look at that video I posted?
I'm looking, I love it. That's exactly what we need. I'm definitely whatever you call it, marking it. I'm clicking on it and just gonna let it be in my history. I'm not gonna watch it this minute. Have you watched it?
I kind of clicked through and like he does the actual flight. Like he's like actually does everything involved. I kind of clicked. I didn't watch it, but
Is he slow? I gotcha.
I mean,
What was the gist of it?
Basically, like you just never reach orbit. That's why we don't launch straight up.
Well, I'm not worried about reaching orbit, but did he see like how high he could go or whatever? Or?
Somebody posted in the chat that he got to like 60 kilometers or something.
See that's crazy.
What's the limit? What's the limit for this game? How is there a limit to the number of parts of the rocket, or can I build the biggest one and just shoot straight up?
I think you can build some pretty ridiculous rockets. I think he did a pretty basic one. I think I didn't actually look at his final rocket design. But I've seen some ridiculous rockets on this game.
There's a 3-part challenge that I was seeing just last night from Scott Manley.
Yeah, he's done a bunch of. He doesn't do it anymore, but he used to make a bunch.
Okay.
See if I can find.
I'll do it after I've docked this. I'll do a little save file and see how I can
So
your challenge done.
Yeah, the first article we clicked on said 400 miles. The one we talked about by user Jonathan. Then it goes on though to say mission O-1 and O-2 in 1961 were suborbital flights that went 225,000 kilometers and 44,000 kilometers, like from the U.S. And then it said in 2013, China did it and went 10,000 kilometers high. But this is just some random article. I mean, this random article doesn't have to be right or anything. I should find more sources. It's weird shit, man. Record-breaking flight. USC students' rocket shoots straight 144,000 feet is believed to be the highest. Like, what? It's nothing.
Well, that might be the highest for the student program that they were involved in, or something.
One answer.
Yeah, you can't just trust the first thing you see in Google.
Definitely. I need these Kerbal boys and these math boys to just go ahead and just prove it, you know? Because Kerbal, like, Writing, does it have settings to like allow you to only build with stuff that's like really in existence?
Yeah, well, it's a DLC, and then a choice whether you use it. But there is a thing called making history that they realized a lot of modders were modding the game so that you could sort of recreate the Apollo missions and stuff. So they introduced stuff like that, so you can. And there's currently, I'm not sure if it's a special event or something, but I have noticed a couple of times lately when I've entered the menu of the game, it's like, hey, do you want to do the ESA missions? So some of the European Space Agency is trying to get people to, I think, recreate some of the missions they've done. I don't really know how much this ESA has actually done, but stuff.
I don't know what this is for, but I found a calculator for model rockets, but it's saying it's based on, it determines the estimated maximum flight altitude based on the distance between the spotter and the launch pad and the angle between the horizontal and the rocket at the top of its flight path, assuming that the rocket is flying perfectly vertical.
They're just doing trig.
Some sort of trig calculator to go. If you measured it with a sextant or whatever it'd be, here's how high it actually was. But I imagine they're just doing trig, aren't they?
Yeah, basically. So they're not saying, this is not showing power. This is just showing angles.
Yeah, they're just using it's basically a triangle calculator based off of some assumptions. The actual real math for it is pretty complicated. So.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm sure. Vertical. What is this? Kymatics.
What's up, Harry?
Were you saying the math for how high you can get, or the math for the calculating how high you got based on the spotter and the angle?
No, the math for how high you can get.
Yeah, I imagine it would be. Because it would be, like drag, do you roll, weight?
Well, weight is the most important one. Weight and thrust, but it changes constantly, and then eventually, I mean, if you're going higher, you might have to take into account a difference in gravity, depending on how high you're going. Because a lot of the calculations I've seen, you just assume constant gravity, which is not always true.
I mean, that's part of it too, right? The gravity gets easier and easier a little bit, right? Like,
yeah, the little g value will go down as you go higher.
I would imagine, like, if you're flying like on the day side of Earth towards the sun, it's going to be different than if you're flying on the night side of Earth away from the sun, right?
You wouldn't really be worried about the sun.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't think that goes into the calculation. I mean, I could ask Rocket, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't go into the calculation at all. I haven't seen him around much. Let's see.
Oh, he don't be around.
No, he doesn't talk much. He's in gems right now.
Well, I understand that one Earth diameter is only, a fraction of a percent of the distance from the sun and all this and that. But I guess I'm just thinking from both from the extreme two sides, as you approach that Lagrange point, like on the inside side.
Oh yeah,
Like,
once you're going out to those distances, yes, the sun will matter. But when you're just trying to get into orbit and stuff like that, you don't take into account anything to do with the sun.
Ridiculous. Is that what it is?
what is that? Like a million engines?
That's my space station, and this has been down there digging up fuel to give it, and it just well, doc, damn it!
I think he's talking about the thing I posted.
All right.
Oh.
Did you look at it? Oh, it's so hard to dock. I couldn't even like match orbital velocities to try to dock in that game. I wasn't using any mods though.
I used MechJeb just the other day for the first time to do orbital rendezvous, and it was amazing. So I was like, "Oh, I'll get it to do the." How can that not be docking?
You're not lined up, man. You gotta get lined up.
Tilt down.
It's so hard.
And then also go down.
The one time I tried a docking mission, I would just like shoot straight past it, like completely miss. Try to turn around.
Yeah, this is constantly what I do. I get like this close, and then I start getting really frustrated like this, and I have it nicely lined up, and then as I just get a little bit like frustrated, I get way more ham-fisted and way out of whack. And hang on, I can switch to that one and go, and then keep it pointed towards there. Switch back to that craft. Keep my camera there. The whole.
Why does it have wheels all over it?
Because it lands on Minmus to.
Okay.
Get its stuff.
Oh, there you go.
Come on.
Does it dock automatically once you get it lined up?
It's usually there. We go. Now don't shake apart. Get in. Okay. So now I'll save that and I'll do your mission, Don.
I get excited.
Okay. So that's docked. Right. That'll go there and fill up on stuff. And now, actually, I'll just do a quick save here as well. And then. So what, you want the biggest, beefiest rocket to go as high as possible?
Well, it might. Yeah, I mean, again, maybe you start off with the lightest rocket. Like I don't know the formulas.
Oh,
right.
You need more mass to get higher, but the more mass you have, the more fuel you need, and the more mass you have. So.
Well, you don't need more mass, right? You just need more fuel, which will give
yeah.
you.
Because fuel adds mass.
I think those are just.
Trying to put the boosters on, and you're like, I'll just give it another tank, and then you're like, my Delta V went down with that next tank. So this is probably one of the best. That with the Mastodon on a Rhino, that's it.
Yeah, it's really nice that it works that way in Kerbal, because that's not how real life works at all.
What does it do?
Wait, what? That's what it does. What do you mean? I thought it mocked. I thought it was doing simplified physics, but it was like kind of close.
Oh, it's kind of close, but it's not great. It's not perfect. Like you can't just add like that thing I posted. It's just like a bunch of thrusters.
Well, see,
And
I hope you realize writing said you add the stuff and your power goes down.
No, usually adding more stuff will bring it up, but sometimes you get to a sort of critical point where you're like, actually now it's reducing it.
Right. I mean, yeah, that's what I heard you say. I just didn't know if Andy knew that.
You want a Kerbal on board this, right?
Okay.
You want a guy on it, on the rocket, do you?
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess.
You want 17 cameras too.
Not really. I mean, I don't need that extra weight, but okay.
Okay, so we'll just do that. And I just thought you wanted to see a little guy sitting on the outside of a rocket. And then a guidance unit, that's probably too big. What's the smallest one? It's still going to need, oh no, it won't need reaction wheels because that's gimbaled, isn't it? Yeah. So that's pretty much all it needs, right? 3-part rocket. Date and place of birth. There we go. So yeah, this should be enough delta V to get to like the mun and back with a lot of inefficiency. So this should go pretty high. Oh, it spazzes out now.
You said it's going to go to the moon or to where?
It would be enough to go to the moon, but this is a terrible way of doing it, so it won't get there. What you need, you need to get into orbit. Just going straight up, you'll just come straight back.
Oh, I get what you're saying. If you were doing the right angle, it would be enough. Okay.
Oh, that one little rocket's enough to get to the moon?
Should be. I mean, it's it started off with like 4,000 or 5,000 delta V. There's some guys that made 3-part rockets that go to the mun and back. And the reason they can do that is because they, rather than having a decoupler for staging, they will get an orbit around the mun that is so low that they clip a mountaintop. Oh, there we go. Look at it. It's straight. How do you see that? Oh no, that's out of my, that's why it is. It's because it's out of, I'm now in a solar orbit. So if you wanted far from the Earth, this one out here is going to be it, I think. We're out of delta V, so that's that for everything, but up she goes, up she goes, up she goes. Bye bye. Oh, I got a little gravity assist from the mun. Yoink pass, there we go. So yeah, 31 trillion is that? 947,337 meters.
What? Okay, can you just do it to miles or kilometers?
So that's my altitude or height above the sun. Because
Above the sun.
Yeah, because once I get to the end of this blue line, I will be out of the sphere of influence of Kerbin, and I'll now be falling around the sun.
I'm surprised that worked. But you can't like do anything useful with that, right?
No. Well, I mean, I'm out of Delta V. My little 3-part rocket is just now going to be become space junk.
Okay, 2 questions. 1, isn't it going to fall back down to the earth? No. 2.
It made it far enough that it's going to escape Kerbin's.
Okay, so you just produced a rocket that went straight up with escape velocity.
Yes. My understanding is, generally speaking, that is not possible, though.
And how much? Well, how much? Why not? You just did it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it is for humans, because this is like all thrust. You know, that's the only thing here that's there to direct it, so I can have some control over it. That's not thrusting it, so it's.
But money-wise, it was the same as moon money, and it could get to the moon straight instead of doing the other way. It's interesting.
Yeah, I could have gone to the mun with it.
He almost hit the moon.
Yeah, I narrowly avoided it. But yeah, so now I'm out of the Earth's or Kerbin's sphere of influence, and I'll now be in a stable orbit around the Kerbal, as it's called.
Sounds like you just went straight to the moon.
Yeah. I mean, if I tried to aim for it, let's try that again. But if I try to aim for it, I can probably slam straight into it, or maybe even save some Delta V to land on it. Where is the moon? Oh, fuck off. Those probably aren't helping. So if I aim for about there, I think I will hit it. So what's that? That's pretty much straight up, isn't it?
Don't forget about Galactic Coriolis.
Go for
Galactic
it. There kind of would be, wouldn't there? I mean, everything is falling around the same way.
Yeah, to the middle of the Milky Way. But if you change your radius, then you're gonna have this conservation energy. You know what? This team, I'm gonna have 2 games in a row. I start 5-0 and lose the game. This is fucking ridiculous. I'm literally 8-0 right now. I'm about to lose this game. I mean, why? What is the point? Why do they do? It doesn't make any sense. It's like the fucking lesser you rank, the easier rank, the harder the fucking game is because the fucking teammates are worse. It makes no sense.
Yeah, I found that when I started playing Rainbow Six again, and I was like, oh, but I'm with all of these like absolute special cases where there's a few noobs, but then a few people who've been playing for years, they're just terrible.
Yeah, it's because I think they balance you. They be like, "Oh, you're an A, so we're gonna put you with a C and a D and a fucking F," and then the other team is just all Bs.
Oh, this is an interesting one. I kept being like, if I'm pointing straight up, why is my orbit going east, not straight up and down as a line? Then I realized, oh, it's actually because I'm
You were cheating.
off a revolving planet. See, once you get to a certain point, it snaps over to show you a bit east.
Okay, don't be teasing me, man. I need to know if you debunk NASA for real or not here. Come on.
Well, I'm still on full thrust. I don't understand how I got to the moon last time, though. Here we go, here we go, here we go. That'll be enough. Now I might just need to direct it on the way. That's a pretty good straight up and down line, isn't it? Oh, I go way under it. So I got to go a bit north.
Like that you named it Don's rocket.
I've only got power while I thrust.
I'm watching.
Yeah, we're trying to get there. I'm just trying to get it to the same plane as the orbit of the Mun.
Pretty close.
There we go. Oh, doop, 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 doop. It's still below it, so I think it. Oh. Come on, turn over, you silly little thing. Oh no, it's not. It's not that it's out of electric charge. Oh, it's just that its reaction wheels are so tiny. Actually, I'm not gonna. Just go. Can I just boost directly in its direction? Oh, now I'm out of electric charge. Oh, nope, that's it. That's all that rocket's going to do. Yes, I have to keep thrust on, otherwise the moment I time warp, the poor drone probe core runs out of power.
Yes. Okay, so whatever you just built, though, you're saying, oh no. Why did you turn? You're saying,
I'm trying to get my prograde marker to dead upright. Because you can see it's got a bit of a loop to it.
Well.
What I should actually do is set the Mun as the target. And then I might just be able to shoot straight at it. Oh, God. Oh, I'm still in fast forward. That's why. I wonder if I just put my crosshairs on the Mun and shoot straight at it. And drag that marker across.
Do you think that this would be like an expensive rocket, or even?
Well, a hugely inefficient one, yes. Like it kind of depends on what you mean by expensive. But it'd be a very dangerous way of doing it, and a very you'd be using way more. Like if you wanted me to show you how to get there efficiently, I think what's the full count of how much it takes? Maybe it does.
I'm worried about all this efficiency, man. Like, you know, like
No, it's 5,000 delta V to get there. So if you land rather than smash into it, that's about. I'm going to try this again because I missed it. Yeah, 5,000 to get there, and then a bit less to get back. Leia, help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope. No, but generally speaking, in terms of cost, I didn't check on the screen how much that was. Rocket fuel's pretty expensive, but in terms of part counts and stuff, this is very simple.
right. So how much more fuel do you think? Fuck the danger, because pretend it could be like a probe or a scientific experiment that you're not worried about people or crashing or whatever.
Yeah, that'd certainly save a lot because you wouldn't have to worry about redundancy and stuff like that. Just wonder if she's going to die. I'm not sure what speeds we get up to. No, we do want to be going a bit east to hit it, don't we? What?
The Kerbal.
She's saying it's
I
having
just
a laugh.
looked back at the screen. I was like,
Look at her. Breaking the sound barrier face first. What is the speed of sound in meters per second? Yeah, 340. She cracked through the sound barrier. Now skin on her face is going to start to peel off. Oh God, she's not doing well. She's starting to overheat. If I had all the aero effects on, you'd be seeing that she's in flames at the moment. But now she's out of the atmosphere. She doesn't need to worry about that.
Oh, they'll burn your little doll. That's crazy.
Ah. Okay. There we go.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I didn't expect it to go straight up that high, man. Like, I don't know what you did. I don't know. It's a game, not real.
Oh yeah, it's not super realistic. I think I can hit it. Do you want me to just plow straight into Mun, right?
Why not? That'd be fun.
Sure. Okay. So.
are the distances accurate
No,
in this game? Okay.
Kerbin has ordinary 1G, but is like, I forget, a quarter or something the size. Come
What about like the distance to the moon?
I don't know. Real world versus Kerbal dimensions. %64% scale for parts. What? Right, there we go. It's on an intercept for the Mun.
Sweet.
All right, Leia. For science! Oh, what? I time warped her through the Mun.
It's just like in the Star Wars. She went out there and floated in space, you know.
Yeah, I time warped so fast that the physics didn't load and it just went straight through the Mun.
Okay.
I was on an intercept, and it's flung it up there.
Well, the game looks easier than real life, I guess.
Oh yeah, it's much easier than real life. You don't have any redundancy. You don't really care if they die. So like usually systems like air purification, you need multiple redundancy, that kind of stuff. So. Okay, so I've just read online that somebody's saying while the physics or while the sizes of the Kerbals and the things are 64% human height, the distances between the planets are only 11% of what's real.
So yeah, that's what I'm saying. It seemed like you made it to the moon distance like too easy.
Yeah, it was very easy.
You said they have a DLC though.
Yes, they've got a Making History DLC, but that doesn't change the proportions. What I'm reading online is that you actually can get stuff to change proportions if you want to.
Yeah, what I found is that compared to the solar system and Kerbal, Earth is outside of Elu's orbit, which is the farthest planet in Kerbal.
Mm-mm-mm.
What game did you say you were playing, John?
I was playing League, dude.
League of
I
Legends?
swear to God, it's just started 8-0 and lost the game. Why did they do that on the Kerbal? Why don't they have like the moon and everything like?
It's already like as a game, it's already pretty sweaty. Like you don't. It's not just like a jump on and have a bit of a lark kind of a game. So I suspect they probably tried something close to reality initially, and then were like, just because even just intercepts, like trying to intercept a planet that's a long way out, or figure out how much delta V you've got, where like in this you can just rather than calculating. Some people do get out calculators and do like pages of stuff before they send a mission, but for launching this giant base, I just kept adding more and more and more and more rockets until it would get into orbit. So it makes it, I think it's like so many games, you know, like the bits you want them to sacrifice on the bits that are going to improve the playability of the game.
So there's enough bullshit going on there. It's not a similar. It's like this have fun game where you're building your shit and doing all this fantasy shit, but
fun and silly. Like one of the biggest ones is, aside from it encouraging you to use saves, so you're not expected to get it right first time, the other thing is what I'm doing now, where you just something's taking too long, so you just go, oh, I'll time warp and leave these Kerbals orbiting this shitty nothing planet, and you go, I'll leave them there for a couple of years, and you forget about them. There's a guy I've got left on the equivalent of Mars who I just haven't been bothered to pick up. I go, oh, look, I know you need a lift, but you know, I've got stuff to do.
all right, funny. Do they give you a morale rating?
You do have a reputation on the mode I'm doing. So yeah, if you kill too many, I was wondering, because like I only realized a few saves ago that this whole thing I just docked with it, I'd sent a previous one of them out, and I don't know what I did. I think I probably got it into a suborbital trajectory and then got called away to do something else, or saved and then forgot to come back and put it into a proper orbit, so it just crashed again. And that damages my reputation. So unless I want to do another rendezvous, that's all she wrote for that. Now I need to know if I've got enough delta V to get from here to Joule. About 3,000 I need. He needs just enough to get him landed.
You know the thing that detects us spinning around, what they say, the ring laser gyro?
Yeah.
Shouldn't that thing also detect us orbiting around the sun?
I think it would, yeah. I think it should do so.
Okay.
I mean, we're doing that at a very, very slow pace comparatively, right?
I mean, it takes only a year. I mean,
yeah. So I'd imagine it being exactly that proportion, 1 to 365. The movement of the rotation of the Earth would be 1/365th of a 15 degrees per hour. So what is 356? 15 divided by 356.
wait, what? Okay, you losing me. But I know you know math, so we ain't got to go there. But yeah, yeah. I mean, whatever.
I'm sure I'm right on that. That was the kind of.
I was gonna say if you use the ring laser gyro in the ISS, that would work, because if you're doing on Earth, obviously you're gonna get the 15-degree drift from Earth, so you would need to do it outside of. Well, but then again, ISS is also rotating around the Earth too, so fuck it, never mind. You would have to be just.
I'm not sure this is the problem.
You would have to be like outside the Earth or some shit, or find a way to, not be rotating, with the Earth or some shit.
I don't know what writing was trying to make. Like, it's irrelevant. I know you're gonna get 1 degree a day,
more or less. Yeah,
pretty much. So, yeah. Well, then what I want to continue on with that would be like this. Isn't it that all the orbits are like not circular? Aren't they like
Very
slightly
elliptic? Yeah, most of them. Some of them are highly elliptic. Most of them are slightly elliptic.
And then, I mean, even with a slight, teeny, tiny, slight ellipse, it's like with such a huge.
John's been silenced.
Have I? Where did it cut out? Even with the slight ellipse, the huge astronomical scale, you would figure that you're going to get a different acceleration when you're at, apogee or perigee of the orbit compared to what's the middle part called? Whatever in the middle.
The name of the middle of an orbit?
I
not
don't
sure.
think that has a name.
But
the mid G. Fucking.
But right, you're gonna have different acceleration rate, right? Like,
yeah, that's why Newton invented calculus.
Really?
Right,
Yes.
but have they detected?
I don't know if we can detect the acceleration around the sun.
Wow.
The angular acceleration around the sun.
Ring laser gyro.
Those are not accurate enough.
I got you. They can't do degrees
per day. No, they're not.
What?
We don't have an instrument that's accurate enough to do that.
All right, well, you got to. I'm saying the power. I'm like, okay, well, we could keep the power on. All right, the sensitivity. Well, it just records its spot in 3D space and then tells you when it changes. So,
I guess you probably have to subtract like the drift, the 15-degree drift on from Earth, and maybe you might. I don't fucking know. Yeah, you definitely have to count for that.
It gives you 3 axes. Doesn't have 3 P's, and so the other 2 are just. You could set it up in a spot where, like, you know what I mean? Because the Earth is like got the tilt rotation on that one for that.
I know 1%. I really can.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's 1% or whatever. It's still gonna have a change. I don't know. Or we talk about his shit. Look at that shit.
Maybe you can do it with ring laser gyro.
You just have to know what plane you're looking at. Like my man said, you probably have to mix some sort of, take away from the other one because it's going to be dominated by the daily rotation there or whatever.
But I feel like with that though, you would have to make assumptions though, because you would have to, you know what I'm saying? Because you would have not assumptions, but you'd have to have the knowledge that it's already rotating 15, and then subtract that 15, and then I don't know. It's not like you can. It's a little messy. Is what I'm kind of getting at.
Yeah, I'm with. I think though the tilt helps, like it not being like our equator not being exactly on the orbital point or orbital plane around the sun, like that gives us a distinction marker. You know what I mean? Whereas if it was on the same exact plane, right, we might not know. Right, but wait, there's this and this, and it's.
I think I know what you're talking about, but at the same time, I'm not quite sure.
No, because see, those things hold in a gravitational. In the like gravity's their their baseline, their tear point. It's based on the gravitational point.
Wait for the gyro? Like what?
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to say it's like It doesn't matter if the fish tank it's in, whatever shape container it's in, it doesn't matter. Like, if you're to just move it around in the container, it matters if you move it relative to the gravitational vector. Right.
I mean, I don't know enough about the ring laser to know to say yes or no, unfortunately.
Me neither.
Like, all I know is that I think what happens in it is that it like shoots like a laser or some shit, and it's like on the inside, like if there's like motion or some shit, like the laser will like take like a longer path or some shit. I forget the specifics, but something like that, I think, and that tells you how much it's like drifting or rotating or tilting. I think that's what I heard.
Have you seen the picture? Have you ever seen a picture of how they draw the orbits? Like, they draw the egg orbit. First of all, it's gonna look like a fucking egg, and then they're gonna have like, what do they call it? The orbiting body that they're orbiting. That's gonna be like to one side of the egg, to one corner on the inside. And that's how they tell you everything happens is it falls down, whoosh, and then whee, slingshots back up and then falls. Like, it's not the like just like perfect tethering. We're just cruising around the surface of this ball in a perfect circle around the ball. Like, it's not like it's just doing that inch per second, like falling and going forward thing, like we know that it does, but the formula makes you think it just hits this perfect circle. It ain't doing that shit. See what he's showing right there. That's what that should be doing. Ain't that what it's doing, Ryan? Look how the blue line is close to that rock, and then it goes far away from the rock.
Yeah, that's a way more ellipse thingy.
Slowing, what I'm doing is burning retrograde to slow down my orbit, so my fall is now greater than my speed around, so the station will keep orbiting away.
So you could get circles.
Yeah, you can, but it's just super difficult. When you use MechJeb rather than people who don't like doing all this flying bit, just use MechJeb, which will do rendezvous and all that stuff for you. Makes it a lot easier. Try and land on that flat bit over there.
Right, that's how they tell you a lot of the orbits be with these like eggs and off to the side and not perfect circle and all this. And then when I look up ISS, the first diagrams that you get are these perfect circles.
The ISS is in a very nearly perfectly circular orbit.
Circular orbits are much better for rendezvous because if you match it anywhere, because it's sort of in essence won't have an apogee and perigee, or what is it called? Apoapsis and periapsis. So you then no longer need to worry about like it going at different speeds, because you'll be going faster at periapsis than you are, and you'll be going slowest at apoapsis.
The eccentricity of the ISS's orbit is fucking so small. I just looked it up. It's 0.00065001. That's really, really tiny. It's nearly perfectly circular.
I mean, I get it, and it's like, okay, the time scale, it's just a monumental scale, and then they can make adjustments and all this, but I mean, just think of any system, drag or not, where you've flung something around something, or just anything like they don't just chill like that. It's got like every orbit is gonna change.
Well, the ISS does. It slows down from drag and has to boost again regularly.
Like every full circle around, everything's gonna be different the next circle. Everything. Like even without drag, like your position, like he's saying, the eccentricity, like that's gonna shift. Your the apogee perigee point's gonna be like a different ground position over the Earth every time, even without the Earth rotating. Like that little orbit is gonna shift around. Everything's gonna shift. It seems just much more likely that it's like they just can tether shit up there. You know what I mean? They know how to get up there. They know how to tether the shit up there.
But if they're tethering it up there, how's it moving at like 24,000 kilometers an hour?
You mean how did it get? Well, that's what I mean. They could have given it that power and then locked it in there. You know what I mean? Like all these it's just crazy to me, dude. Like they'd be going for years and years and years, and it's like that's thousands of rotations around, and it's like no. The orbit from when it first started to when it's ending, thousands of rotations later. But I don't know. They could lock them up there. Whatever. They could just be like, go up there, electricity or something, or whatever, man. They got shit in the sky. I know that. They definitely got shit in the sky. But do they have shit out there where you're playing out there in space? I don't know.
Those Kerbal people looking too excited. Look at them. They're like, ah.
The hell is he? Like,
yeah, they're a little too excited. These Louise faces.
Sample from up here. It's the best place to take a surface sample, don't you think?
I didn't know this game was like this, like some baby No Man's Sky or whatever. I thought it was literally a simulation game.
It's a super childish looking, but actually quite sweaty game.
Wow.
But you can do really fun things. If you look at some of the sort of ships and craft people have made, it's pretty impressive.
Oh.
Look how high I jump on Minmus.
Those cookies that are on your flag, those are the best cookies. I mean, I don't know, guys. Like, they were supposed to have the Lunar Cafe, man, in the 70s. Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, are you getting were there sort of sensible rocket scientists saying we're going to have a lunar cafe, or was there some crackpot who managed to get on the news saying we're going to have a lunar cafe?
Oh,
when somebody sounds halfway credible that they can get away with putting them on the news, then the news will put on a guy saying we're going to have a lunar cafe, because it's more interesting than hearing a button-down scientist going, oh, well, with budgetary constraints and the Van Allen radiation belts, probably nothing interesting in space is going to happen for the next couple of 100 years. And they'll be like, well, fucking get rid of this guy. Where's the guy that's going to tell us all about the...
We want the Lunar Cafe.
Yeah.
Just no way. I need to take me a telescope, zoom into the moon, and see some shit up there. And I'll believe it. I'm not gonna buy these stories, man. Seems it. You know what? I'll be fair though. I'll be like, yo, okay. Maybe, right? That's as much as you're gonna get. It doesn't seem necessary to believe it one way or another. And furthermore, it also seems wise to give people the benefit of the doubt to, have the ability to brainwash the public if they want. Like, to me, that's giving people credit. It's not saying, whether they're good or evil or any of that shit. It's just like, okay, there are powerful people that could do awesome trickery things. That's it. It doesn't to discount that and say that that definitely isn't the case. It just seems like an unnecessary position. It really does. You don't have to be paranoid.
Say that it is the case seems like an unnecessary position.
Of course, I totally agree. Okay. I like, earlier we had Rumpus in here. Guaranteed. It's like he goes from admitting the people in the control rooms and the astronauts in the simulations. It said that they would not tell the difference when they're doing a drill. They could not. The drill was so real, the practice or whatever, that they didn't know if it was practice or the real thing. And then you turn around and say, well, it has to be real because these people would know about it. It doesn't make any sense to me to have that logical position. I don't know. And I got to fight against that. It's just like, it doesn't seem.
I think that the difference between, like, in the simulations, they don't feel the acceleration to get up to space. But when they're not in the simulation, when they're doing it for real, they actually feel that acceleration.
I guess the astronauts would know, right?
Yeah.
They don't have the machine that does it. Okay.
I mean, they have the spinning centrifuge thing, but that's not the same.
Okay, what about this one thing? What about this one anecdote, Andy, where Bill Clinton said he talked to the dude who didn't believe in the moon landings, and then after being in the White House, he didn't know if the man was maybe ahead of his time or whatever. What about that one quote in the Bill Clinton book? Like, what's all that shit about, bro?
I've never heard of that.
You've never heard that one? Oh, really? Oh, that's pretty cool. He said, I think when he was a senator or back in the day, when he was a kid or something, a young man, he talked to some trucker or farmer guy or some citizen guy or reporter or something who didn't believe the moon landings were real. And Bill Clinton said at the time, he thought the guy was crazy. But after, being president or whatever, and seeing all the politics, he maybe had second thoughts and thought maybe the guy that he met back in the day could have been ahead of his time. It's pretty and even if the maximum context you get is he's making a point of like, yo, there's crazy shit going on behind the scenes, maybe not relevant to the moon stuff, but there's still crazy shit going on behind the scenes, conspiracies or whatnot.
Yeah, like I'd be astounded if they didn't at least like float the idea. I'd be like, look, I'm not saying we should, but like, could we?
Right. Like, could they fake it? You're saying, right?
Yeah, just I mean, they were getting, at least the way I was taught it, they were getting absolutely smashed in the space race. Like, the space race was quite clearly meant to be who gets into space first, and then at least the way I was taught it was like, we didn't get into space first, so we'll be the first manned mission to space. First animal, first man.
We didn't get that either.
kept losing to the Russians again and again, largely because, at least what my brother always raves on about is they just didn't give a shit. They could just throw death and suffering at it. That the Americans were so concerned with PR and the sort of program as a whole that they didn't want to kill anybody. They were like, we'll get shut down immediately if we get. Oh, what's wrong with your ability to climb ladders, lady? That yeah, I just think that at some stage it would have been quite likely that somebody said, "What about we fake it?" And they, probably would have been discussed at some point. I just don't think it was. I even used to think for a long time, I wonder if they both went and faked it.
Yeah, that's the cop out one. My buddy does that one all the time. And it's reasonable, but it's just also so fucking dumb to be like, that's what he chooses, his conclusion to be that that's the one they did. I'm like, dude, that's possible, but it's also fucking, dumb as hell. Like, they go and
like how some of the footage, like of them actually like going and landing on the moon, that's not actually real. Like it's known that that's not real. It was just like a shitty model that they had.
right, but then but they also went for real though.
Yeah,
but yeah, it's just like, okay.
You're not saying that's the case, are you, Andy? You're just saying
no, it is the case that some of the footage that was shown to the public of the moon landing was not actually the moon landing.
Oh.
As in
Some of the
people stuffed up or people got confused, or as in NASA said, "Here's our moon landing stuff," and it was.
No, it was like some of the footage that was used to show on TV, like how they show fake footage of like the Mars, like the last Mars rover landing,
the animation and shit.
The animations. There were some animations that or mock-ups that they used in the footage that was shown during the moon landing because they didn't actually have footage to show, just like they did for the Mars rover landings.
They're accountable to nobody. Okay, we know. Let's all remember the one that was like holes cut in construction paper with the kindergarten lights behind it when they said they went up. I mean, remember this one with the crescent moon cut out and the it was almost like a Van Gogh crayon drawing, and they said that this was a real picture. Remember this one from like the 30s? Come on. You don't remember that one? You got to know the one. Jeremy loves bringing up that one. I know, Chronic, you know the one I'm talking about. The one and it goes up and it looks like a fucking Walt Disney.
No idea.
Come on, Chronic.
He came in mad fast with this. I have no idea.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though. I mean, I may be wrong, but are the Apollo missions not the most documented human endeavor in history?
No.
I could be wrong about that, but
You're hella wrong.
The
Kardashians is the most documented human endeavor.
I guess the Kardashians beat it.
I mean, are you kidding me? Like, how many years was Kardashians on? How many cameras did they have? How many years was Apollo missions on? How many cameras? I mean, what are you talking about?
You think I'm not only talking about video footage.
No, dude.
The most documented human expedition ever in human history, including video, audio, text, transcripts, just raw data from everything, telemetry data, just literally everything.
I'll go with the deadliest catch boats. I think they're tracked a lot more than your Apollo.
Okay.
A lot more video too.
I don't know. In the Navy, I had boxes and boxes and boxes of logs from keeping track of shit that I had to take care of. I don't think that counts as what you're talking about, though.
No, it all counts. Digital, analog, anything that logs any part of.
We took so many that's like half our job was taking logs of meters and shit, gauges.
Yep, that counts.
Yeah, there must be a fair bit because I saw a cool Scott Manley where he was doing trying to do a modeling based on where was one of the lunar orbiters, because I think a few of the missions were deliberately deorbited. They left enough propellant in it to thrust it back into the moon, or sort of slow down its orbit so it fell into the moon. And but one of them they didn't, and he said some guy who owned like some .com billionaire or something like this, was interested in it. So he basically got computers to crunch numbers to go, did these, has this orbiter crashed? Because I think it was because he wanted to do a startup like fundraising thing to go and grab it and bring it back to Earth as like a historic monument. And so he did all this modeling because the moon apparently has a very uneven gravity field, which continually can, for some objects in orbit, drill them into a more and more eccentric orbit until they crash. But yeah, if he's getting data saying this is the speed and trajectory and all of that of an orbiter that they're leaving up there, I think there must be a fair bit of data lying around.
Oh my goodness. It just gets better and better. I mean, if it was that most documented and any of that was worth shit, it would be like, look, here's this fucking, trucker picking up this radio signal. Here's this fucking site picking up this. Look, boom, boom, boom. No, it wouldn't be like, look at this blurred image on the screen. This is where the crash site, the X landing site was. Look at that. I mean, it wouldn't be this nonsense, bro.
I think you're right, though. I'm pretty sure people did eavesdrop on the Apollo transmissions.
Yeah, they did.
Huh? But none of it's worth a shit, is what I'm saying. Like, there's all this anecdotal shit out there. Of course, if they're going to pull this staged event, not saying it was, but again, I don't see why exercising your brain to not have to be bought into something isn't the healthiest way. But either way, there could be all this stuff. They're faking it. They're going to have things in place to trick the common person, and to trick the common experts. You're going to have elite experts. You're going to have sneaky, purposely deceptive experts, being able to set this up. Again, I think it's giving credit to the people. You like even you'll hear the claim from the mainstream saying it'd be harder to fake it than to do it. Okay, well, that's me giving credit to them. I don't say I agree with it, but even if I use a hostile witness, right? Like, okay, great. Humans are awesome. Evil people are freaking capable of amazing things when they want to do it, and it's like, so what if it's hard? That's me giving them credit, I'm saying. And it just comes off like, you feel like you're being a hater, people being a hater a lot because they're like, you don't believe we could go to the moon? It's like, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, like, I believe these motherfuckers could do more than go to the moon. They could fake going to the moon. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I just think it takes, if you're down to fooling people, like, I talked about this before with some other people about Chronic. I'm like, to fool someone like Chronic, you would need someone smarter than Chronic.
yeah. Well, we know that's out there.
Doesn't exist. Doesn't exist.
I just mean, like, how do you find those people?
That human doesn't. You don't find them. They don't exist.
Yeah, you're so smart, Chronic. Tell me how I'm start the game 5-0, 8-0, lose 2 games in a row. What the hell is happening?
Because you're bad at League of Legends.
Because I'm bad. Because I'm terrible.
Unless I'm trying to get Chronic to draw some triangles, and he's pretty dumb.
Why has Chronic had trouble drawing?
That's rude. That's rude.
Remember that one day? You asked
I
for help. It was just like we were trying to describe what to do, and you just like kept doing the wrong thing.
All right, Chronic. How about this one?
It was funny.
If on the outside surface of the sphere, all triangles have more than 180 degrees, if you go onto the inside of the sphere, shouldn't they all have less?
No, I think still, because the sphere is 2D, so there's no outside, no inside. It would be this triangle would be exactly the same.
Yeah, I had this argument with someone, and it was like, yeah, inside outside would be.
Why would you think inside, Don? So we can get an idea of your brain. I want to get an idea of how your brain works. If you think, yeah, okay. But if you just took
No, you're not looking.
30 extra seconds to critically think about that, why that is.
You're not looking through. You're not on the inside looking through to the outside of the triangle you drew on the outside. It's not showing through. You got to go on the inside and draw a whole new one.
The surface still has the same geometry.
No.
But mind you, Gummy sounds like he knows a lot about spherical geometry, and he was saying in spherical geometry, a spherical circle is definitionally a circle. Sorry, a spherical triangle is definitionally a triangle and doesn't have weird. Doesn't have more than 180 degrees. It's just an ordinary triangle.
Gummy was confused, and then he ran away, and we didn't get him to clarify.
Yeah, it didn't sound like it made sense to me. And when I found spherical geometry on Wiki, it had a specific thing that was saying, yeah, it violates Euclid's postulates. It's still a triangle, but it doesn't have 180 degrees. And his other postulates are like that two straight lines will intersect only once or something like that, or things like that, where straight lines in spherical geometry.
And I haven't done spherical, I mean, like gone into it deeply in years since college, but you only need an R vector and a theta, right? R and an angle.
Usually need two angles, but yeah.
Just to describe a one point on the surface of a sphere?
Yeah, you need two angles.
R, theta, and phi.
If you know the radius, like if given a radius, you need two angles to describe a point.
That sounds about right. Because if you only had one angle, that only describes one 2D plane, so that doesn't give you enough information. But if you had two angles, then okay.
And it's usually the worst. What's the word? Nomenclature, is that the word? Like the type of language that we use for math, basically. The worst type of the worst mix-up ever in the history of textbooks, educational textbooks, is the usage of those two angles, whether you're in the context of math or physics. So in a majority of math textbooks, those two angles are given as theta and phi.
Yep.
And in the physics in a physics textbook, those angles are flipped, so they're phi and theta. for no apparent reason.
So
because you just define them that way in those textbooks, and they're just widely used textbooks. It's not the case in every single textbook in those disciplines, but it's pretty widespread.
So in a class I'm taking right now, we're using cylindrical coordinates for everything, which is a pain in the ass. But my teacher derived everything in ZR theta coordinates instead of RZ theta coordinates, which is what it normally is done in.
I guess. I mean,
it just
changes two vectors in an angle. It's not.
It changes the direction of the theta axis.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Yeah, I never like the only explanation I ever really got was just sort of established long ago in the two different fields, and then it's just sort of like propagated through.
And they didn't talk to each other.
Propagated through all the subsequent textbooks, and it's just flipped. But obviously it's describing the same exact angles, but yeah.
Chronic, do you love the stars the most, or the planets, or the gas stuff, or all of it, or what? What do you love the most?
Is that a kindergartner's question? Come on.
Yeah, a kindergartner question to the guy who stares at the stuff.
That's like, what's your favorite planet?
No. Category.
Don's on his phone on Discord, and he's getting vibration.
Oh, that kept happening in fucking Gems earlier with David. Like, what the hell is going on?
Chronic, what's your favorite stuff? Is it stars?
It's everything, man. It's everything.
Come on.
Do you have any motive behind that question?
Mm-hmm.
What's your favorite stuff?
The first shit we gonna get to.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty stuff. The I can't even remember it. The mud dauber tubes that poop out the stars. That shit.
You haven't been DMing me any clickbait
Fucking
screenshots in a while.
dude. Don't you fucking? I swear to God, dude. I swear to God. Everybody made money, and with one more little inch of support, maybe we could have had enough spirit to go, bro. I don't even want. Don't fucking.
I'm talking about headlines that you DM me the clickbait headlines about science. You don't do that. You don't do that anymore.
Dude, because I'm fucking sick. I should be in the news again right now tonight, and I'm fucking sick. But anyway, yeah.
You got sick at the tournament, Jacksonville.
Yeah. So new news that it wasn't the backwards universe one, but there was God, there was.
You gotta mute your phone or something.
How can you hear that loud and I can't even hear it?
Because yeah,
It was kind of aggressive, that one.
It's reverberating. So you have headphones plugged into your phone, right? So when your phone vibrates, it sends sound waves essentially through your headphone wire and up through the microphone connected to your headphone, and it rips our ears apart.
For me, it's just like that was an aggressive vibration. Like, geez, it caught me off guard. It was like, like it didn't need to be that aggressive. It needs to chill.
It's pretty rough. It is rough. Anyways, I got news for you, Don. Since you haven't sent me any news in a while in DMs.
I'm on pocket. Okay.
There's a new. I've been talking about this for a couple of days now. Andy knows. There's a new Snoop Dogg's Blunt picture that's coming out very soon. Remember Snoop Dogg Blunt?
Oh, nice.
Oh, a black hole thing.
Is it of the astro?
Oh, son, won't you come?
Yeah, it's a black hole sun.
That's pretty cool.
That's what it is?
No, it's a supermassive black hole. Isn't that a song too? Supermassive black hole.
Yep.
Yeah.
Muse.
Written by Chronic.
Yep.
Oh god, I'm gonna miss it on my.
Okay, dude. They supposedly went to the sun. Okay.
Yeah, Parker Solar Probe.
Supposedly.
Yeah. Where's your video?
It's all CGI, bro.
You don't want a video, right? You don't want it. What filter did they have on it when it was did they put sun filter things?
A CGI filter, Don.
Yeah, I was gonna say if they went to the sun, the fucking filter they need for that.
Doesn't want
it burned the shit out of the filter.
Okay. And then how do you send a probe towards the sun and it doesn't have 12 baby other little probes that pop out and send 12 other little babies? Like, how do you have?
Because this isn't a fucking sci-fi movie.
Dude, you could put 20 probes in a tornado, but you can put one in the sun. I mean, get real.
Why are you trying to probe everything?
Dude, probes for the win. Okay, if you're into
probe stuff.
Look, that's all. The first Star Wars I ever watched is how the probes come down. Okay, that's how you win. You want to get something done, you send the probes. I learned from the Empire right then.
Mm-hmm.
Tell you, bro, you keep acting like you love this stuff, but you don't want the video. You don't want the extra probes. I wonder who really, loves it more.
Okay.
Face more than Chronic.
Clearly, yeah.
Yeah, it's like being like, hey, what photos of your girlfriend would you like? And the guy was like, no, I've got enough photos, thank. And this other guy's like, I want to see her booty. You're like, I'm in love with your girlfriend, man.
What the
hell? No. It's like, how many videos of stuff that you've never seen your wife do before do you want me to sell you? Right?
Oh,
that's more like it, right, Ryan? Let's use like real
That's a good
now.
point, I think.
Yeah. You fucking with the large, dude. I'm into that shit, dude. I'm into this magic stuff, dude. I'm into, timings and patterns and whatever.
You admit you're into magic stuff, Dom, but you're not into real world science. Come on, man.
It goes hand, dude. It's just, dude. The magic is the threshold of the real world science. It's like, what are you talking about? I'm telling you, I'm into breaking the horizons. I'm into, like, bro, like, come on, man. Like, these patterns are insane. Like, the moral patterns, that stuff. Witzer was in here big time. You missed it, Chronic, on some good creates.
Have you ever been a crystals guy, Don?
Not really, but
I don't know. I feel like you might have had some thoughts about crystals in the past.
the element stuff is amazing. Like earlier, we were trying to talk about the chemicals too, the biogenesis, abiogenesis, and chemicals, but then they jump right to the fucking mutations and, you know, the survival, all that. And it's like, they don't talk about chemical babies at all. And it's cool when you think about crystal stuff like that. It makes me think of like the chemical babies, or at least, you know, the family joining together, you know. The crystals are like very powerful.
Sure, yeah. I listened, I promise. I listened.
Think about how they line up. Like how they, you know what I mean? Like grab themselves out of there. Like think about it. It's amazing.
And how they arrange in crystalline structure.
Like you've seen them grow, right? Like they literally grow.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing.
Do you think it's magical how they grow, or it's scientific how they grow?
It was magical at a time, not anymore.
Until you educated yourself on how they grow scientifically. Then the magic went away and the reality set in.
So for you to, you know, act like there's these two ideas are separate of one process is ridiculous. Like you should be into the magic, bro. I don't understand.
Oh, no. I'm
again when you can.
I'm into it. I just don't use that word unless we're talking about David Blaine or some shit.
Well, what word do you use, man?
Lack of understanding, maybe.
But that's multiple words, and I mean, see what I mean? Like, come on.
That's three more words.
Are you guys talking about magic?
Yeah.
Oh God.
Oh no.
Yeah, we are.
Chronic, do you think though that, you know, there could be things out there that we can never understand, and then
oh yeah,
you would label them as magic?
I don't think
would you label those things as
we will
magic?
ever I don't think we will ever learn or understand why the universe was created, a big bang or whatever. I don't think we'll ever understand the reason why.
As opposed to the reason how it was created.
I guess
because why then
frame it in a couple different ways, but yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, wouldn't why then infer intent and reason? You know, there's a reason as to why it was made. So I don't know.
Like
yeah,
we know
so
why,
maybe there is no why.
Yeah, maybe. For almost everything, we do have a why, right? We have an answer to why for almost everything. We know why humans procreate. We know why plants, why they use photosynthesis. So like we know, we have the answer to why for almost everything. Almost everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
now, what if there is no why? Yeah. Like there is no reason for the universe existing. It just happened. What does that tell us?
There's a word for that. I forget. There's like a word people use for that. That there's no reason for it. It just simply exists. I forget the word, but it's more philosophical than scientific, really.
Nihilism?
No, it's a different. It's a little different than none of us matter. We're gonna die. It's a little bit different than that, but. I mean, I am in it for a lot of things too, but.
Yeah, I don't know. it's a scary thought, you know. If there's no reason for us existing, like how do you then give life purpose and meaning?
Well,
if there's no meaning inherently within your existence, you make up stuff.
If you're a flat earther, you just make up stuff.
Okay.
But I do honestly think you. What the fuck just happened to that craft? Where's my? Where's my engine? Like I do think you make up meaning for yourself. You go, right, if it's not being given to me explicitly from the outside, and all of the people who think they've got meaning to their life do horrible things to kids and blow themselves up in marketplaces, then maybe I need to decide one for myself.
Yeah, there was something as like a man. I was so young. When I think about this as an adult, it's kind of fucked up. But there was an English teacher in my high school that I took. I forget what grade in high school, but one of the high school grades where the English teacher, I think it was a man. I'm pretty sure it was a man. He one day, I forget what the lesson was. We were reading some book, I forget. But anyways, he went into this conversation about just the thought of death or like meaning of life or whatever, and said that basically like some people legitimately just go crazy like thinking about their own mortality or like death like too much. They will just kind of just go crazy. And telling that to a bunch of impressionable like young high school kids is kind of fucked up, but
yeah.
Don't think about it too much. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know. That's one that won't be answered. Obviously, that's an easy one. Where do we call it? You know.
Well, what about like unknown physics questions? Do you think there's any of those that we'll just?
Oh, I definitely think there's don't have that would be a new thing because we know that they exist everywhere already. It's like I guess it'd be kind of like discovering a new like subspecies of like, I don't know, fish or something.
I mean, yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's one more planet than I've discovered, right? Yeah. Yeah, look at that. It's pretty good. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, there's as many planets as there are. I mean, there's orders of magnitude more planets than humans on Earth. We can all get our own planet. I'll give Don. You'll get the manure planet. It's just completely composed of just cow manure. That's Don's. I'll get the diamond one. There's like a heavy carbon abundance exoplanet that could be diamond. Which one is that?
Give me the one with 90% females.
Okay. Why 90%? You need to have some boys.
95.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. But I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna touch it. It's gonna.
On Earth in between all of the banging the aliens.
I guess so. Yeah. There's a planet where it precipitates glass. You can have that one. Eggshells if you want.
How can it precipitate glass when glass is made out of dead sea creatures?
I think it's HD 189733B. You can have that one. It rains glass on HD 189733B.
Are we ever going to figure out where all the antimatter went? Is that a question we could answer one day?
Maybe, I don't know. Wait, do we not? Oh, no, I don't know. Maybe.
What?
Yeah, this article is pretty old now. I remember when this first came out, fucking set 6 years ago. I'm actually getting big time FOMO this week. There's an exoplanet conference in Las Vegas. I'm not attending. Feels bad. Dude, I'm seeing all the tweets and stuff on Twitter, and I'm just like, man, I want to be there, drinking a cocktail in Vegas. Just because I don't have a like anything particularly, well, worthy of presenting on exoplanets right now.
But surely you turn up to. I mean, I don't mean to judge you or anything, but you turn up to support your colleagues and listen to what they've been up to. You're like, no, I'm a rock star. Now I've been in the newspapers. I can't hang out with you, scum.
Well, like their actual presentations are all archived and put on the website and stuff. So it's, I guess I could have gone, but I don't know. It's too late now. Most of the time, you don't just go just to go. Like you want to submit a presentation and give a talk and stuff.
Does that mean you're mostly going to be presenting to people who are not interested, like who are there to talk for themselves?
What do you mean? It's arguably the most interested people who are the ones in attendance. Like it's like any field. It doesn't even have to be science. It could be like a gathering of flat earthers or something. So, you go and you give a presentation on some project you've been working on to people who are in the field but are not closely following the type of work you're doing. So you give them like an update, like on the progress of your work. Yeah. I wasn't invited. Okay.
Yeah, I guess my reason for asking the question was like, well, is that you're just presenting to other people who are like, oh, I'm just listening to this one while I'm waiting to present myself?
No. There's huge, networking opportunity. Like it's just generally a good thing for, everyone involved. Like, I don't know, you could meet, new people in the field that you haven't met before and like potentially talk about new collaborations and whole bunch of random stuff. And then on top of that, you also present and have people come to your talk and ask you Q&A questions after and all that good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think a flat earther would have fun there, but maybe. I'm also saving my travel funds for a conference in Paris, which is way better than Las Vegas.
I see.
I've never been to France before, so that'll be big.
So that's interesting. So you got to pay to take yourself to these conferences.
Well, usually your funding source reimburses you your travel and lodging and stuff.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, but what, you just need to have the money in your account to.
Yeah. Like you book everything yourself and then you just submit receipts to get it reimbursed.
Right.
Yeah. I think some departments and stuff will help out. I think they'll give maybe advances to like grad students or some younger grad students or younger scientists that might just want to have their stuff covered up front instead of reimbursed. Some stuff like that. but generally it's just a reimbursable process.
Sting Delta V I don't have. Oh God. Diamond exoplanet. So if the diamonds on Earth are meant to be squished organic matter, where do those diamonds come from? Just ordinary carbon?
I guess so.
Where does what come from?
Well, the
Ordinary carbon under high pressure in the mantle of these exoplanets. Diamonds and silicates.
Did Hades reveal the source of the mysterious signal? The one that woke it, tried to destroy life on Earth?
Yes, it did.
You're sure?
In due time. First things first, day boy. Last I checked, you still had a superintelligent AI named Gaia to reboot.
Yeah. The same Gaia who had to destroy herself 20 years ago because of the signal?
It stopped being transmitted years ago. It's no longer a threat.
It repeats.
It won't. Even if it did, well, the details are complicated, but the signal required Hades to take effect. Delete Hades from any backup you reboot, and Gaia's safe. Now stop wasting time. Go get a backup.
Right.
Somebody just joined and was like, nope, too quiet. Bye.
See, she gone.
Yeah, isn't there something to argue about right now? Come on, guys.
What can we have an argument about? I still keep mulling over the tides thing. I think that's very interesting.
What tides thing?
Ain't no tides on flat Earth.
What?
If you've got high tide and low tide, what does it mean to make the claim that we've measured water and found it flat? Because surely you cannot have straight flat tides that also rise and fall. So if tides exist, then the only thing that's saying we've measured it and found water to be flat really says is we're not very good at measuring water.
I don't understand. Why can't we have rising tides on a flat Earth?
You could have them rise if they keep rising, but how do you get to a high tide and then turn around and go back to a low tide unless the tides across the surface of the Earth, like across mean sea level, are making a sine wave? They're like there's peaks and troughs, right?
Yeah, if it goes up somewhere, it needs to go down somewhere else. Yeah, how would you explain that?
And that hump and trough will be a curve.
Yeah. And what did the flat earthers say to that?
I haven't heard much of a response.
I feel like they would. I feel like they would just dismiss it.
Yes, I haven't tried it on with many people lately, but it's only struck me yesterday, but it does keep going over and over in my head.
Yeah.
I got a cool idea I'm thinking of. If you promise not to steal it, I'll tell you.
I promise not to steal it.
All right, so this upcoming new image of the black hole at the center of the Milky Way. I don't know what it's going to look like yet. I'm not privy to know that, but the the same group that released that first image a couple years ago. Yeah, the next image is coming up in 10 days. And I presume it's going to look similar-ish to the first one. I think actually it might look a little more noisy, or like a not as clean and cut, spherical or circular like the original. But for several like complicated reasons, but that's just my guess also. But anyways, I'm thinking about combining that image, the result when it's released, because it will be an image of the black hole at the center of our galaxy, the Milky Way. I want to combine that new image, that result, with the orbits of like a dozen or so of stars at the very, very center that we've been tracking for 3 decades now, and kind of do like a I don't know if it'll be animated, maybe just an image, like a combined image, or maybe an animation showing the new black hole image result with those stars orbiting around it. Something like that.
What is this black hole? The center? Is it the center of anything particular?
Yes, the galaxy that we live in.
So this is the Milky Way black hole.
Yes, it's called the Milky Way. Yeah. Yeah.
Is that what it's called?
Yes, the
Black
black
hole.
hole
What is
at it's called Sagittarius A star. That's the
Okay.
name we've given it. Yeah.
You gave the black hole a star name?
Yeah, Sagittarius A asterisk. There you go. And a
Oh.
capital A with an asterisk.
It's the asterisk Snoop Dogg?
No, but it might look like his blunt. I'm not sure yet. We'll see.
Interesting.
Yeah. Anyway, that's my idea. I think it could be pretty cool if I managed to do it, to set it up correctly. It also depends on what the image looks like. It could. Some people think it's going to actually look kind of like we know there's a lot of radio emission coming from the Milky Way black hole, so the radio emission might actually kind of like shroud some of the detail in the image, but that's just a guess. Yeah.
Hey, don't send a probe or a camera. Okay?
To the
Don't
center
do
of the
that.
galaxy? Okay.
No, you wouldn't want to do that. I mean, you send something out to Voyager and it can beep and boop you back some little data supposedly, but why would you want that data to have a camera? Or I mean,
Don, this is the dumbest argument that you could ever make, man.
yeah, I see. I
It really is, because and the reason why it's dumb is because your standard of acceptability for what's acceptable and what's not.
Yo,
it's
don't straw man me.
unobtainable. No,
Don't straw man me, bro.
I'm not straw manning. I'm giving my opinion.
Oh, you think of what my standard
That's
is.
why I said I started with I think. So I think your standard is so unobtainable and unrealistic that I don't even entertain when you sort of make
What
those
do you know about my standards, though, bro? I'm not. This isn't my standard. This is me telling you like my desires, not my standard.
Okay.
And what
but
worries
here's
me is I'm
here's
trying to
what happens,
communicate to you that you should desire more. I desire more, and you hear it as a standard. That's crazy.
Don, let me give you a real life example that has happened several times between me and you, okay? So you will start your standard level pretty low, in my opinion, pretty darn low, and I will immediately meet that standard.
Give me one example.
Mars rover, any Mars rover landing.
Give me one example of what I started my standard low at in the Mars rover landing.
Any external evidence of it landing, any imaging or video or anything from an external, point of view, not some camera on the rover itself. Okay, that's your starting point. Say what?
You're a fantasy person, Chronic. Chronic, when we talked about Mars, yeah, absolutely. I've never given you any standard, other than I said about Mars was when they dropped it down on there.
Go to the live.
You said, what would you want? The only thing I said, what I would definitely think that I would have or want would be the approach shot. And when they were lowering it down, that they would look over at the horizon. I said, they're going to be looking straight down at the thing and straight up. Chronic. And every single time I brought it up, you acted like you forgotten the exact shot. I said, I guarantee you they're not going to have this.
I disagree.
And then you straw man and me having standards. Bro, you delusional, bro. Delusional.
Here's where you're wrong there. What you're describing right now is the end step of our conversation, not the beginning. Not the beginning. It's the ending.
You're fantasizing the beginning.
Go back to the live stream, dude. Go back to the streams.
You said no points. You've given no points that I've said, oh, I want this for my standard. I'm not said I want nothing or nothing.
Don, you want the incoming trajectory of it? Don, you want the incoming trajectory of it? Yes or no? Yes or no?
The incoming trajectory?
Yes. The rover, entering the Martian atmosphere and coming down, correct? You want that. That was the first. That was
see, that's the thing. I don't take positions of I will believe it when I have this. That's how I'm just trying to call you out, period. Right there, period. But I'm telling you, the one thing that I guaranteed you they weren't going to have, right, was this. Don, I was trying to tell you the pattern of fakery that always appears.
Don, you're obfuscating from my point of.
Nah, fuck your dude. Your point is whack.
2 minutes.
Whack.
Don, Don. 2 minutes ago, you just qualified yourself out of your own mouth. Evidence of its entering the Martian atmosphere, and then the crane thing that lowers it, whatever, you want it to look sideways to the horizon, okay? So why are you ignoring the first before the comma in that sentence? Why are you ignoring the evidence that I've given you 8,000 times of that? I'm not saying you have to
Where's
take
the
it as
comma?
true. No, I'm not saying you have to believe in whatever. Of course, you're a lifelong skeptic. You're not gonna believe anything, obviously. But the whole point of this conversation is meeting you at your demands.
I don't. That's where you're fucked up. I don't give you any demands ever. That's what's crazy.
Are
You're
you back to
manifesting
your
this.
own words 2 minutes ago? You got to go back and look at the live stream, Don. Come on, man.
Bro, but this is what I'm telling you is me clowning on not having more. That doesn't mean I'm demanding it, right? That means like me saying what I'm suspect of, or what would be cooler or what's suspicious. That doesn't get to be manifest by you as a demand, and if this check mark is met, that would be believable. Dude, there's no point of just believing or not believing. There's no exact tick mark in your head where you check the box or the line is met.
Okay, so since what you're saying right now is, now correct me if I'm wrong, or straw manning or whatever.
Hell yeah.
You're not demanding anything, therefore you don't care what's provided. If that's wrong, correct me. If that's wrong, correct me.
Your logic is just hilarious.
Okay, then
let's take them separate. One, I'm not demanding anything.
Okay,
Two,
so I was correct.
I could care what's provided.
Okay.
I mean, well, how are those two connected? Like, what?
Okay, so then repeat your first sentence about what you want. It's not a demand, but tell me what you would
I
like.
want more, and more, and more, and more, and more, and more science and reality, and more of it.
But before more, though, can you repeat the original? Do you even remember what your original was? You have to go back to the live.
You're talking about the cameras?
No, the very initial first thing before you goalpost moved 8,000 times about what you would like to see. I have a good memory. Do you not remember?
Bro, well, I'd like to see a lot of it. Which one, for the black hole?
No. For the any Mars rover.
The horizontal Mars rover. Horizontal. Horizon shuttle.
Okay, it can't be provided. Is there anything else?
You said it can't be provided?
Is there anything else? Let's keep the conversation going forward.
That would be the next step, is what I'm saying. It would be something that is different from their pattern of compartmentalization.
Okay. All right, let's theory craft here. Since you're a more guy. All right, that's provided to you. Evidence of that is provided. What's your more after that? I'm just curious. You gotta brainstorm it.
No, like, you know how they say there are what is it, observatories that the public or people can rent time on and stuff like that?
Are we on Mars rover now? Are we jumping?
Yeah, listen.
Okay.
That's what next would be.
Okay, go on. Continue.
That's what next would be, where, like now they set up stuff where me, myself, and I could rent it and control it myself and look around with the instrument that's up there myself. Since it's public funded,
Sure, but then
or since they have enough of it to let everybody see.
Okay. I'm confused though. What then, though?
What the hell you mean? What then? Then next and next. See, I don't have a problem with next. It's an easy concept for me. More. It's easy.
I get it too, but maybe my brain doesn't my brain can't comprehend the perpetual more. Like you'll say more until you die, or?
Of course, why not?
Oh, okay. All right. I'm getting a better understanding of your philosophy, I guess. I didn't think you were we should come up with a word for that.
Yeah, but
inevitable
you make it like I have these demands. your communication, dude, it's like, or your, you know, it's weird. And it's not that like, okay, I know I talk confusing sometimes and this and that, but just specifically with the Mars thing, it's like I was specific as hell. I started off by telling you like this Mars, the next Mars rover thing, it's going to be bullshit. It's not going to be like the animation. It's going to be looking straight down. You're not going to see an approach. You're not going to see horizon. I specifically went over with you and you were like, oh, they'll have it. They'll have it. You just hand waved me. You were like, they'll have it. It came out. It didn't fucking have it. I brought it back up and you were like, I don't even remember exactly what we were talking about. This is exactly how this happened. And I had a
lying out of your mouth, dude.
Yes.
Don, you're straight up lying, man.
Straight up lying.
The approach. Okay, we're gonna go down this path again for the 12,000th time.
The approach was minimal. The horizon was definitely distinct. I told you about sideways shot. Okay. Then when it happened and it wasn't there, you acted like you were clueless about what my goalpost was.
Don,
straight up.
Don, yes or no? Okay, easiest question I'll ask you. Is there evidence of the most recent Mars rover approach into and through the atmosphere of Mars? Yes or no? If you can't answer
the animation. The animation is better evidence than what
No. Is there evidence from the Mars reconnaissance orbiter that I've showed you and sent you 8,000 times showing from an external point of view? Not an animation, not
okay,
some number on the screen.
That's fine, but no, there's no like what you call it from encapsulated from space. Okay, you have there's no like space around the Mars as far as the approach goes.
What are you talking about?
Well, I don't know if you missed. See, we were talking about this a lot earlier. We were talking about how when you're one radius away from the ball, you could see 40% of the face of it.
I'm smiling so much, dude.
This was 2 hours before you came in.
You're squirming away from me.
I'm not. I'm trying to give you the perspective, Chronic.
Sure, that's fine.
Right.
That's fine.
So I knew. Look, I know that we call for Universal Studios here on Earth. We don't get that. Okay, so we know we're not going to get it from Mars. All right, but so I was like, that was minimal, the approach, right? And then I was like, okay, well, once you're quote unquote what you want to say going through the atmosphere, right? Show me that shit horizontally, sideways.
Okay,
right.
Don.
You're going, and because you think you can say, well, I showed you going through the atmosphere.
Don, I'm not gonna let it go until you give me the yes or no, man. You can try to. You can bring up all the.
Did you show horizontal? It's irrelevant. Is the answer, bro?
Oh, it doesn't matter that it doesn't matter if it's
my
irrelevant.
goalpost.
No, Don. Here's how I'm gonna get the W. Is by repeating my question 8,000 times until I get a yes.
What is even on the table, Chronic? What is even on the table that you misremember and shit?
No, it's you. Is there evidence? Is there evidence externally, not from on the instrument itself? Is there external evidence of the rover entering and approaching the Mars, the landing of on Mars through the atmosphere? Does that exist?
From some other witness, you're saying?
Yes. Does that exist? Yes or no?
Oh, I have no idea. I don't.
Okay,
I don't,
okay. I'm gonna remind you again. Okay, and I won't say like 5,000. I'll say the real number. I have sent you personally in DMs and in text chats at least, let me go through my brain, at least 9 on 9 different occasions. Try to think hard.
Are you looking through chat and talk about 9 of the same thing that you sent me? Because what?
Yes. So
what?
this is imaging and video evidence of it's from the perspective of what's called MRO. How is this not ringing a bell? It's from the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter.
Oh my God, and dude, you Chronic? No, bro, no, okay, stop.
What's next? All right,
first of all, yeah, sure. I remember the little thing landing. Okay, but okay,
Huh?
that's external to you. Now,
But
anyway,
you're confused. Maybe you're confused.
no. But you done sent me the thing with the thing dropping down. Okay, came out Chronic, but when they were approaching, I said to you, they are not gonna have the approach shot, Universal Studios exit shot, but in reverse approach. They're not gonna have it. And I said they're not